Okay, I wrap that bit of fabric around my hand and mutter the words, and away we go.
All right. You all take a breath, and the spell catches you before you can take the full breath, and so the wind that you're taking any kind of, it goes from warm to immediately cold, mid-inhale.
Oh, I'm looking forward to a coat.
As you all arrive, splash, splash, your feet hit the muddy ground around you, the gray sky above. You hear the rumble of thunder off in the distance. It kind of invigorates you for a moment, and that kind of energy hits you and then also fades as quick as you really take in the space that you've arrived at. You can see the Crispvale thicket on the horizon, far off that direction, and ahead you can see a few rolling hills, and you stand on the road that continues up. And much like Jester described it, a little ways off the road, to the northeast of where you're standing, you can see the off-kilter stick where it was left.
I just reach out and grab Yasha's hand. I squeeze it back.
Just as a side note, I'm going to say that generally, we don't recommend doing this in my profession. So, just letting everyone know.
Thank you. We'll take the utmost care. And who knows, he might not be there anymore.
Who knows?
Do you want me to just run over and see if it's...
No, I'll walk over with you.
That's all. I think we all will.
Yeah.
It's not split up.
Okay. Who's helming this?
Helming the digging?
We have two options here as well. It could be a conversation or a reunion.
I'd say I've got a conversation in me. I don't. Reunion is a lot.
Okay.
And again, let's know what we're dealing with.
Well, conversation is a good first step and maybe a final step.
And remember, if he is here, Caduceus, didn't you set things in motion? Will his body still be recognizable?
No matter what I did, you're not going to see anything that... No matter what I did, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Are we investigating first or just digging?
You can make an investigation if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, baby steps.
I'll check it out.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'll go up with you and watch.
Ooh. While that's going on, I'm gonna cast Commune. I'm gonna spend 10 minutes.
Okay, while they're doing this? Okay, so it'll take you 10 minutes to that.
I'm going to very gently, not probing with any sort of sharp objects or anything, but mostly hands, just kind of dig down, and I rolled a 28 for...
28, okay. So, much of this area, which is mainly just like, you know, grass and dirt with elements of rock in these hills and these fields here, the rain definitely slicks over most any signs of the grave you guys had made, aside from the marker stick in the coat that once held to it. After 2 minutes of kind of sifting through, the ground layers become a little bit looser than you were expecting to find.
I'll keep going down.
You keep digging and kind of pulling aside, and the rain and mud is starting to kind of pour in a bit, and it's a bit of a tough fight going against the weather, but you get about 2.5 feet down, and there's still not much of a sign.
I drop down too, say I'm going to hell anyway, and then start to pull at the mud with you.
Fervently, you both begin to pull and pull and pull away. Dirt and mud is now slapping up onto the sides as this what was once just straight land turns into a pit. And still no sign of Molly Mocktealeaf.
Jester, can you locate object?
Wait,
Maybe we dug down in the wrong spot.
I mean, I can scry on it.
Isn't there like a locate object spell or
his
something?
tarot
Yeah, but
cards
I don't.
or,
I don't.
Or his skull?
Or his swords, or
Will his
yeah,
blood do anything?
Yeah, we have his blood.
Yeah. I don't have locate object prepared.
Okay.
I can't do it now, but I could try to scry on him with a higher level. See if I could find.
I'm gonna, just in case,
Yeah.
investigate around to see if there's any. It's pretty. I mean, the mud is not recently covered, right? I'm just gonna look around to see if there's any. I don't know, shovel heads or just any sign of anyone who
Digging
had come
tools.
digging tools.
Make
or-
an investigation check.
If I help, will she get it at advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you still communing?
I'm gonna cancel that, and I'm gonna go straight to scrying instead.
Okay.
23.
23. It's tough to look for anything like that in this vicinity. It is very muddy. You do find a dirt-stained coat.
Is it his coat?
You find Molly Mock's coat.
Where was it? Was it like
It was about 20 or so feet off. It may have been blown off of
Sure.
the gravesite by the wind and then just left to the elements.
You fucking take that shit.
Yeah, you
course,
grab
of
that
course.
fucking coat.
But you don't find any implements or tools or anything.
I'm gonna. I noticed they're having difficulty with the digging. I'm gonna go in and also try and. I've done this before. I'm gonna. And was I there when you buried him? I'm trying to
You
remember.
weren't when you were there when
No, I
we
just came back
revisited the
after.
grave.
Yeah, you've been here for the grave, but not for the actual bit.
So they're in the right place.
I mean, as far as the marker was set, like they went to where you remember them focusing on.
This looks right.
They might be off.
I'm going to just. I know what this looks like. I'm going to try and help. I've got a shovel too. I'm just going to
Make an investigation check for me.
Never perception. Okay.
I mean, you can look at the ground and it's muddy.
Yeah.
This is more of a feeling through the dirt and looking for signs of
It's investigation roll. I got a 7.
7. Yeah, it's just hard. The rain is making it very difficult to make any sort of finite details of the surrounding earth.
Can we get some cover? I don't know how.
I could throw up the dome. Are you thinking something else?
Just
might not
this
be
is just filling with water.
Yeah.
I can use control water and empty the.
Yeah, yeah.
That
we
would
could throw
help.
it out of the dome.
Yeah.
So we're in.
See if we can find cloth,
I'll start working on it, focused on where the
Leather.
stick was in the ground.
metal.
Okay.
I'm gonna scry.
Okay, and that takes 1 minute?
It's not a
Casting time on that is...
I'm looking it up.
10 minutes again, so it's
So you begun that a while back. They've been searching and searching. Okay.
and I'm gonna say, Artie, I need your help again.
In the cold, kind of soaked through, you sit there hearing the heavy rain splashing around you in the mud, and as you concentrate and put out your prayer to the traveler, you can feel kind of the rain begin to subside. And anyone's keeping a keen eye, which would probably be you just on the side, you can see that Jester, for a brief moment, there's almost like a shimmering, invisible cloak around her for a moment. The rain seems to be splashing about an inch off of her. As you close your eyes, you feel your consciousness pulled out of you, and a voice goes in your ear, intriguing. You see clouds and weather, darkened storms, and as you're pulled through the heavy, thick, blizzarding snow,
I knew it!
Knew it.
I fucking knew it!
They're together.
you see trudging through a familiar blizzard, a
All right.
purple-skinned tiefling in heavy coat and hood, walking with a grin and an intensity of confidence and purpose.
Goosebumps.
Oh my god.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's episode. Yes, I can. I can and I did.
That was the ending! You are
Should we check in on Molly at some point?
I want to. I was going to scry, if that's okay.
Sure, if you'd
I
like.
want to try to scry on Molly again.
Okay. So you find some of your space beneath the hull, one of the private corners where nobody's really kind of paying attention.
Behind a couple crates, you know.
All right. As you focus, your vision is pulled once more into the gray sky above, carried through the expanse of white before you, before your vision clarifies on the familiar leather and fur-wrapped figure, currently sitting what looks to be in some sort of the mouth of a cavern, with a fire lit, and is sitting just staring into the flames, back against the stone wall on the inside of this little alcove, just kind of chewing on some sort of dried jerky.
What's his posture like? Is it very different from Molly's?
Make an insight check.
15?
15? It definitely seems more pensive and balled up. You know, you recall Molly was very out and open. This is much more huddled and contemplative.
I'm gonna talk to the traveler. He seems different, doesn't he?
From what I've seen and remember, yes, he does. No, death does change a person.
Yeah. I wonder if any of Molly's left in there.
Who's to say? But I mean, I can't say I'm not curious either.
I know, I really want to find out.
What's the best way to find out?
I mean, we could just send him a message. Or we just track him down and, I guess, talk to him in person.
The choice is yours. Either way, I'm watching.
Can I see any of his other compatriots around him?
Make a perception check.
15?
15. Unfortunately, no. The focus of the scry is very localized to him, and because of the proximity of the fire, you can see brightness to one side with the flicker of the flames, and the rest beyond that is just shadow.
Okay. All right. I guess we can head back.
Okay.
Also,
Okay.
on
Molly?
Okay. You guys head to the inside of your rooms. They are on par with the roughest rooms you ordered in Rosona. But they're functional and they're warmer than the outside. The place seems to be at least fairly well insulated. But yeah, so you settle in there, you get your supplies there, you guys gather, and you go ahead. You said you want to scram Molly? Okay. Pardon me, Ivan.
Allison's face.
Ivan's so little.
Well, look, quarantine's affected us all in different ways.
I'm working on spells right now. I'm just setting up tomorrow.
Guys, Ashley's gone.
Guys, can,
Oh, geez.
you can hear me? You can't see me?
Oh, you moved a little, and now I can see.
Can you see my arms?
So,
Disturbing.
as you set up your ritual in the room to go ahead and close your eyes and focus on your friend Molly, and you close your eyes and you feel the presence of a familiar figure appear across the circle from where you're sitting currently, who leans in and kind of places his hand over yours and goes, "Well, let's keep tabs on your mysterious stranger, shall we?" As you close your eyes, you feel like, even though his hands are touching yours, you feel this extension of his magic kind of pluck your consciousness from you and almost alley-oop it upwards into darkness. And you feel yourself suddenly floating. And you find yourself inside a warmly lit chamber. You see a figure moving in a familiar kind of fur-lined coat, the same that you saw Mollymock wearing, or at least the figure that you saw in your previous scry is currently pulling through different, looks like boxes and satchels, and is kind of like carefully but quickly looting the contents of this room before turning around, and you see the tattoo, familiar peacock tattoo on the neck. You see this flash, and the red eye that's nestled within the tattoo begins to emit a dull red light. As it does, you watch as the purple tiefling's eyes meet the beacon that you're seeing through and goes, "Oh, well, looky here. A return visitor. Now, don't get running. You've curiosity to sate, right? I take it you're the one who's been peeking recently. I have to thank you, for without your scent, I wouldn't have been able to follow her." What? Keeps kind of looking through things. Now, don't be alarmed. I see many things with mine eyes. Been trying to watch this one's path away now till you found me. Saw the threads and we made a detour. Shame, really, all that knowledge and so little understanding. Ah! And you see from off the actual scry beacon's location, he darts off and returns with what looks to be a collection of papers, like a binderless book. Just all like stitched together with no front and back, but this heavy collection of old parchment, looking worn and withered with age. He kind of passes through a bit. You see his eyes going wide with a smile on his face, and he turns back to you. But you see, now things are set right. Once more I have what she took from me. And you see him kind of dart just beyond the range of it, and it kind of follows his direction as he comes to an open window with a frozen snowfall outside, and he steps through it and looks back at you. Framed in this kind of lightless, dark night sky. To Alpha and Alpha, we trek till homeward bound we be. Maybe we'll see you there. And he ducks out the window and then does this. And as he does that, your scry ends. At this point, a voice creeps into your mind, Jester. It's odd, and at first you don't recognize it because it sounds like two voices at once. One of them has this sort of sound, and you'll recognize it as Kreese. But then over that is another familiar voice, speaking in unison, saying, "Ah, I'm so glad you decided to come. We were somewhat worried I'd scared you off. It would seem curiosity always wins." And that's all you hear.
I'm going to try to send a message.
Okay.
Why are you doing this? What do you even want from us? We just miss you. I thought you were our friend. Anyway, we're here.
The Molly voice returns rather rapidly from your statement and says, "I don't mean you any harm. I'm just pursuing my interests. And if you have similar interests, well, I'm inviting you to come along." So now with all 6 spell slots sacrificed, it glows blue and the door opens before you.
Should put that stuff back.
Yeah,
But I
I
hope
was
you don't
about
need
to
that
say.
spell slot.
As the door opens before you,
Oh, fuck.
The following chamber is lit with a bright blue light that projects from the center of the ceiling of this nearly circular room. A very bright blue light source affixed in the center. Walkways line the outer edges, while small staircases descend into the middle, lower portion of this area. The far wall, you can see now, is adorned with an incredibly elaborate 15-foot sigil that wraps from the floor along the ceiling, intricate designs that interweave like a puzzle of arcane inscriptions that rises up to wrap around that glowing blue source. You can see now this bright, smooth, cerulean blue-colored gem, about 1.5 feet from edge to edge, that sits there above, roughly 30 feet in the air. In the far center of the room, you can immediately see what looks to be scraps of a small encampment, tents that have been pushed over, its material, and what looks to be the middle of a heated fight. You can see other bodies strewn across the ground, and other figures standing down in the middle of that chamber. You see 2 humanoid figures are cut down immediately onto the ground. You see another one is lifted into the air by another figure, and you now see 4 other humanoids finishing carving and standing back to return to the center. A woman is being held in the air, screaming, and the figure that's holding her, you just see a flash of 9 points of red light across their body as the screaming ceases, the limbs go limp, and the body drops to the ground. The figure then looks over through the entrance to the hallway, right towards you.
Uh-oh.
My apologies, you've arrived early. I was hoping to tidy up a bit. So, that's where we begin. As you see, the tomb takers all begin to sort of stand still out and about in the center, semicircular lower region of this somewhat rounded chamber. Corpses strewn about in the space around them, pools of blood, the bright blue, vibrant light illuminating the entire chamber with this blue hue, this strange blue stone set into the ceiling as these carved sigils all drag their way across the floor, the back wall up into where this stone is currently fixed. You stand above where the doors open and what looks to be the upper tier balconies that eventually lead to stairs that curve downward, or a set of stairs that directly enters the chamber. What do you do?
Well,
Quick description question. The jewel in the center of the room,
Yeah.
blue. Like, again, how big is it?
It's roughly 1.5 to 2 feet from side to side. And so it's a sizable stone.
And it's in the ceiling.
It's in the ceiling.
And there's sigil work all around the room, you said?
It's in the center of the chamber. There's scrolling all throughout, and there's bits of rock and rubble, and the room has seen better days, but it is fairly decently preserved comparison to other chambers you've come across within these ruins. But the central symbols line the floor in the center of the chamber and then continue on to the opposite side from where you're standing, up the wall, and then surround the stone above.
And how far are we from our old friend?
At this moment, I'd say roughly 40, 45 feet.
That's close.
It's not a massive chamber.
What kind of clothes is Lucien wearing?
Right now you can see, while they're in various different shades and stylings per se, they're all wearing their heavy winter furs and leathers and cloaks. He's wearing heavy leather pants with kind of fur trim boots. It looks like beneath the coat, which is currently open now, he has what looks to be a simple silk or white cloth shirt beneath that kind of billows a bit from, you can see, it's not unlike something maybe you've seen Molly wear beneath his outfit.
Okay.
And when we were walking in, he was just finishing murdering a fool, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, you've all, for the most part, are still in the hallway. It was Caleb who noticed this originally, as you were the last one to open the door, if I recall.
Yeah, that's true.
So you would have been...
I dumped.
Moved a body.
Yeah, I just used my foot to push Vess's body a little out of the way, pathetically. I hope we are not being too presumptuous to intrude.
Well, I mean, we're not in the middle of anything right now, necessarily, so... Please, come in.
Are you going to attack us if we do?
We're all friends.
Not unless you give us a reason to.
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
45-foot inside check.
17.
17? This is a tense situation. And it could go either way.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yep, that's fair.
I, for one, am embracing the awkward. So,
Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna start.
is a very tricky circumstance. You
see as he's holding two different, unfamiliar scimitars in his hands as he picks them up off the ground. The one that he had dropped when he clutched the other person and kind of wipes it on the edge of his cloak.
Unfamiliar scimitar?
Correct.
We haven't met.
No, in fact, I think I've only met, you. Sort of met. At a distance, at least. I'm a bit curious who you are.
Right. I was wondering if you remembered.
Well, I think...
Just, blast from your past, I guess.
Looks over towards Kree, and Kree is kind of standing off to the side, too. Yeah, well, we all know each other.
Hey, Kree.
Been a while.
Indeed.
Good of you to be so forthcoming when we checked in, asked you some questions.
Well, I was a bit preoccupied. As you can see, I've told you a little bit about these people. And, Molly turns and goes, Right. No, you said there was, a past. An encounter with something I wasn't quite present for. But nevertheless, for this time, let us meet for the first time. I am Lucien, the Nonagon.
The Nonagon.
So you really have no memory of any of us?
Not particularly.
But you remember Kree and the rest of the Tomb Takers from before?
Oh, we have quite a bit of history. I assume that you're all referring to the, an invited guest who took the reins for a bit.
For a bit.
Yeah.
There's likely a fragment left behind. Try as she might, this soul was too strong for her to sunder, and I was pieced back together. Such is the blessing of the true Nonagon.
You keep saying Nonagon. What does that mean?
That means many things.
You and she. Are you speaking about Lady Dorogna?
She was, an ambitious woman who reached a bit beyond her means. She lacked the, imagination to achieve the things that I am achieving.
These.
How long have you been the Nonagon?
Number of years, maybe? Now, I've answered a few of your questions. I've got a few of my own.
Shoot.
It's only fair, I assume. You've all seemed mighty curious, you in particular. Why is it you followed us?
Oh, that is
Wow.
long.
He takes a small flask out of the inside of his cloak and kind of like unscrews it as he listens.
Well, you've put us into a bit of an awkward situation. Your competitor, Caleb looks over his shoulder. She was our charge. She hired us to come here, and now we have found ourselves on our own. And she will be missed where she comes from.
I'm sure she will. But, you know, as the adage goes, you play with fire. And I, on some scale, do feel sorry you got roped into that, but, I couldn't miss an opportunity. It seemed our
Certainly.
paths were diverging to a point in an unexpected way, and she's a figure of enough power that it's best to get the jump if you can.
She was really powerful.
And had many powerful friends who are going to want to know why she is no longer among the living.
In time, I'm sure.
You asked why we're following you. I'm sure your friend Kreese filled you in. We had quite the history with you
With your fragment.
Then?
before this Lucien. It's more than a bit awkward. We had very fond feelings.
Yes, this forgotten fragment of yours was a friend of ours.
So you fell for this empty speck.
I
That explains a bit.
if I may, you know, this friend of ours, he resided in your body. You have such contempt for him, it seems.
It's hard to have contempt for something that doesn't really matter.
But he did matter to some people. He mattered to us.
It was but a part of myself, and I'm back.
And you're not even curious where they came from, where they've gone now.
I mean,
Or how you ended up that way.
it's a bit strange, sir, but I'm sure all information will be laid bare when I finish my path.
Was it the first time that happened?
First time. Hopefully the last time. So tell me again, why are you here? Is it vengeance?
No.
We were hired to come here, and we were told it was an exploratory, you know,
Expedition?
expedition.
It is a very good question, because we really could have just left after everything fell apart, but
I think we've come seeking better understanding.
yeah.
I think we actually were just looking for our friend, so.
Well, I understand grief can be hard sometimes for folks to swallow. But your friend is gone, and I've taken back what's rightfully mine.
Detect undead.
Okay.
Whole room.
Nothing really
Interesting.
pops
You mentioned being on a path. Where's this path leading you?
up. North. Ish. I've got unfinished business here in Islecross.
Unfinished business.
Uh-huh.
North of Aor.
To Aor, if you're being specific.
You've obviously detected, no doubt, that we are at a disadvantage. As was said, we were contracted to escort Lady Durogna here, and now that she has departed, we are picking up the pieces.
Yes, we won't be paid for our services as we were promised because you've killed our employer. And so we find ourselves freelancing with no mission.
If you're worried about this death being put upon you, well, rest assured when I finish my journey, I'm more than happy to take my place wherever such laws would deem it unnecessary.
Take your place.
To explain what I've done.
So you aim to be a public figure, or is it more? Would you prefer to remain hidden?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
What?
Sure.
These people who were they following you? These
No, they just happen to be first. And not eager to share.
not going to pretend we haven't done worse.
You mentioned that you were the Nonagon. Have you always been the Nonagon, or is that a recent title?
It was a title that I claimed for my brief departure from this plane.
And have you killed the last person who held that title?
No, the last person to hold that title disappeared a long time ago.
Oh shit.
Does that
To
title
somewhere
have
else.
anything to do with these? And these?
These hands and these necks.
The eye tattoos.
The tattoos, specifically.
These hands.
Are not mine.
Well, yes, they do.
Can I insight check him on that whole, the last title was held a long time ago?
Go for it.
General insight check.
We'll just get a rolling insight check on.
Just, you know, it's just a standard rolling insight check,
Blanket.
26.
26? Seems to be telling the truth.
Whoa.
Can you actually see through all those eyeballs?
I can see many things through these eyes.
So, like, because I was scrying on you, you call me scrying, right?
I can see through many eyes, too. As he begins to, put out his arms, you can see the eyes begin to light up red across his body. And as he does, you see the eyes of his companions, tomb takers, their eyes begin to glow red, and he goes, "That way, not much can escape my vision. This blessing." As he says that, the voices of the other tomb takers also speak the same words in unison with him, before the red fades from their eyes, and his fade as well.
Huh.
Boy.
Oh, shit.
Do you, take control when that happens, or are you a one person, or?
We're just well connected. And then you see over on the side this halfling member of the Tomb Takers, and their voice looks to you and says, "We've been through a lot, and we understand what needs to be done." Moves over to Kree, who's follows up immediately after that sentence. You see the bit of red still kind of lingering in their eyes. "That is why we fight forward, to bring the Nonagon to his destined precipice."
And what is that precipice?
Well, if you're on the same path as us, perhaps you'll see.
Can I see tattoos on any of the other tomb takers?
Make a perception check.
And how many tomb takers are there?
No, it's 5 currently, including Molly.
9.
And have we gotten a good look at them? Do we have descriptions yet, or no?
Yeah.
If you like,
Halfling, Kree.
so there is a halfling who is kind of dressed in darker leather armor with a crossbow at their side. Their expression is a bit gaunt and sallow. Female with kind of wild hair. There is a Goliath who is currently standing with a massive, heavy maul, the head on the ground, kind of leaning a little bit into it. The other arm just kind of resting on his own shoulder as he watches. You see there is a human woman who has a long sword and a shield strapped across her back. Dark hair itself just kind of tumbles down past the shoulders, long in the front of what looks to be half-plate armor. And you also see Kree, the familiar black-furred tabaxi, standing with what looks to be a necklace with a kind of red circular polished orb in the center of it.
You see,
So it's 4 plus.
Yeah.
4 plus
Molly.
Molly.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. So not 5. Okay.
Or Lucien.
Lucien, I should say.
you see so much. And then there's these. What do the eyes of 9 mean to you, if anything?
And I have 9 eyes here.
Yes.
Each of them granted to me by each eye that gave me this title.
Who gave you this title?
Maybe you'll meet them. You said you're looking for work, right? You're directionless, pathless,
Yeah.
aimless and fearful to return. For appraisal awaits you in the loss of your employer.
No, that's absolutely true. We're probably wanted men and women here, and we have no money and we have no purpose right now. So yes, we need a direction for sure.
Well, you're free to follow. I can guarantee you where we're going, it's only going to get stranger.
You mentioned your destined precipice. Are you a believer in fate?
Not so much in the classic sense. Divinity seems to nudge and push in places unchallenged.
It's interesting that our path has crossed with yours many times now. Wonder why that is.
Indeed. Well, nevertheless, this has been a fine conversation. We'll take what we were looking for and be on our way. And if you'd like to follow behind, well, be our guests, they all say in unison together.
How far are you going? Somewhere on this sliver of reality or further afield?
See the eyes narrow a bit from Lucien's face. On the field, then perhaps a bit beyond.
This room, if you're moving on, is extraordinary. Do you know what any of this is?
Nay. Begins to whistle and points upward, and you watch as the halfling begins to walk away from the chamber and walk up the wall, and then walk across the ceiling.
Oh, that's cool.
I can do that.
You can walk on the ceiling?
Yeah, I
You
can
can
do
walk on the ceiling?
Go join.
Why didn't you do it then before? Because
I thought that I had that spell.
I don't know if it's a spell.
Oh.
I'll head over and put my
Ting.
foot on the wall.
Ting!
Oh.
Your foot just touches the wall.
Never know it's a spell.
But you look up and you can see now the halfling has pulled out a hammer and a chisel and is currently hammering around the seam where the gem is fixed into the ceiling.
While he works, I'm going to just very obviously cast Detect Magic on it and try to get a better understanding of it.
Okay. The magic, there is a lot of magic in this chamber. Elements of it dormant, elements of it prepped, and a lot of it funneling to this particular gem.
I assume the Tomb Takers are a little lit up with it as well.
Yes. Armor, weapons, all have some faint magical glow to them.
I'm gonna take a step 20 feet away from Caleb.
The room has a very strong teleportation aspect to the sigils and glyphs, and the gem itself a very strong aura of conjuration.
Okay.
What are you going to do with that thing?
Maybe you'll find out.
Did I happen to notice any other tattoos on any of them?
You rolled a
9.
9?
Great.
No, didn't notice any.
I have a question. So, Vess, she also had the tattoos. Who was she to you?
She was a traitor. Someone who agreed to help me, us really, some time ago. and, well, lied. Lied and put me from this plane for some time. Shattered me, if you will. Scattered the spirit. But they put me back together.
Was she the one who put you in the ground?
Aye.
And just because, you know, I sort of relate to this, I was not in my body for a couple of years also, so I feel you. But it was a horrible experience. I was still here on this plane. Did you go elsewhere? Did you travel to somewhere else while you were out of your body?
See, Lucien takes a couple steps forward and kind of kneels a bit in front of you, looking you directly in the eye from about 15 feet away. Although if you're still up at the top, probably kind of looking up at you, actually. It's one thing to be in a different body. It's another to have your very essence scattered. Your very immortal soul divided into pieces, like so much confetti. I believe you, seem to fall for one of those pieces that stuck behind. But the thing is, this soul bore the mark of those that gave me this title. They knew my import and they put me back together. And the moment that vessel became empty once more, well, looks over to Kree. I was happy to return. So if we've both found our ways back to our true selves, well, it's a year for celebration, is it not?
Yep.
So you're like a bunch of souls?
No. Just a healing one. You still hear the continuous tink, 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 tink across the ceiling.
And this entity that gave you your title, your powers, I presume, you are their servant? Their equal?
I don't think servant's the right word. I am a student, as well as an entrusted representative.
Well, the work is being done on the gem up top. Can I loop around the back? Because there's like stairs and a platform in the back, kind of, in the back of the room.
You guys are up on a platform.
We're
stairs that go down in the center as well. They're down below in the main chamber where the gem sits.
And there's no kind of alcoves or shelves or other items that would be worth looking at. I'm sure not like this big ass gem in the ceiling, but anything at all that's interesting. Items.
Make a perception check.
16 plus 3, 19.
19. Glancing around, there aren't any shelf units, there aren't any sort of scattered boxes or loose objects. This chamber seems to be designed for a particular concentrated purpose. And you do see bits of rubble and like fallen rock, and you do see elements where the chamber's sustained some structural damage, probably from the impact of this ruin. But for the most part, it's outfitted only in the structure itself.
The holodeck, y'all.
And as you're walking, kind of getting a glance, the Goliath figure is still kind of leaning on the mall, just kind of keeps his eye on you as you walk past, and you're all just smiling creepily.
Yeah.
Kree. Did you dig it up, or did he come to you?
When I heard that the vessel was available, well, I went to see if perhaps there was a chance he would return, and as you see, we were very lucky to have him back.
And you're sure you put him back together, right?
Well, So far, so good. You hear as her voice and his voice both kind of merge on that final sentence.
Would you even know? Well, I do hope that all the parts are there.
Tink! At that point, you hear, and the Goliath kind of lets them all fall for a second, puts the arms out, and catches this heavy blue stone. Kind of puts it under his arm.
Does it look like just a normal jewel or anything?
Is it a sapphire?
One side of it is polished. The part that's facing you all, it's polished smooth. The part that was set kind of comes to a gradual point on the back end and has various facets that are all kind of dug towards the point. So he catches it. It almost looks like an odd, like a weather balloon shape almost. He takes it and holds it there.
We all know who made this. I assume that is your ticket through the veil.
Oh, no. This is one of many gifts to bring. The ticket to the veil lies a little further down.
I am very curious. Are you looking to bring the past back to the present? Is that what this is about?
There's a lot of things that are possible up in Aeor's ruin. I sense you're one curious about possibilities as well.
Well, it's in my nature.
Oh, then you're going to have a lot of fun. There's so much to find.
You mentioned that these eyes felt you were important enough to bring back. What makes you so sure they're not going to feel the same about Vess?
Vess has more selfish tendencies. I was the first chosen. She was the imposter, the intended usurper.
But still chosen. I saw those tattoos.
Oh. Those were her misunderstanding of the tome that she took from me. She had no claim to the title. Nevertheless, our work here is complete.
Wait, but how do you...
Oh, no.
How do you get the tattoos? I mean, I know how you got most
We've
of
all
your
got
tattoos, but
Yeah, we've got some really cool ones.
Most of
I
us
was
have
even
tattoos. We don't
with
know.
you when you got some of those. But specifically the eye tattoos, how do you get them?
You all seem very curious.
Well, we knew you, and you seem so different now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because we thought we'd never see you up and walking again, and here you are, you're walking around, and I don't know.
Yeah, and you don't even seem curious about yourself. I mean, you were nice. We really liked you, and you don't seem to give a shit about that at all.
To be fair, he
died
wasn't
fighting
curious about
alongside
himself
us.
when Molly was alive either.
It's fine. We'll leave you alone. You can do your stealing or whatever.
So we're free to leave.
Oh, I don't think you're asking permission from any of us, but I think we appreciate the gesture.
Of course. Well, we'll be on our way. Should you feel inclined and the curiosity continues to tug at your souls, well, follow the footprints in the snow.
If we do, are we to be making camp with you and, you know, fighting off the same monsters on the path?
I say this with absolute respect. Traveling with this many is an impediment to the speed of our journey. Follow if you like, but too many to keep track of, too much to draw attention. And to be perfectly honest, I like to travel with those who I can truly understand, as all the voices together say the final three words.
Gross. Gross.
If I send a message to you, do all the other ones hear it? Or if I send a message to Cree, would you hear it?
Is this a group text?
Guess
Group
yes.
text.
It's possible. Depends on how carefully connected we are at the time.
Well,
Oh shit, didn't mean to text that to the group.
Yeah.
Wasn't meant for you guys, sorry.
We've certainly come this far.
Sure, yes.
as I think the only unaffiliated person in this room, I'd say that 6 strangers wandered into one of the most dangerous places that anyone knows about without any kind of psychic eye, whatever that is, because of you, because of 2 years of you. Just as a casual observer, I would be really curious about those 2 years.
If it helps put your feelings to rest, I am sorry, for whatever it's worth, that your friend is gone. Whatever part of me they were is not of me anymore. Truly gone. And I understand that can be challenging. And I'm sure even my presence now opens a wound.
Insight check. Truly gone.
Yeah.
25.
Ooh. 25? He seems to believe what he's saying.
Cool. All right. That'll do.
Well, then lead and we will follow. In fact, maybe we should all sort of declare our intent as they do, all together in unison as one.
Yeah, that's
don't you
definitely
think?
a good idea.
Yeah.
Same time?
Yeah, at the same time.
Count it out.
1, 2,
On 3 or after
3.
3?
We're going to follow you.
Follow
Yeah.
along beside you.
And also
Pick up Vess's body.
can be.
All of them laugh as one for about 10 seconds before falling silent simultaneously. You're real cute. I'll ask that you stay at least a bit back, because you're starting to get annoying.
Sorry.
Where are you headed next?
Well,
We do have interest here in the north.
to Alpha and Alpha, then homeward bound. Right?
Obviously.
So this is A5? So then A2?
We've got a couple other things to pick up, as his head nudges towards the Goliath clutching the stone. But there's always more to learn. I can't give you all the secrets right now. That's not fun. You want to earn knowledge.
And we won't reveal all of ours either.
Of course.
Before you go, I pull out my book with all of my flowers and things. You gave me this 4-leaf clover one time. And you told me that hopefully it would bring me luck and life will be a little bit better, so... and it was thanks to you, so... I know you're not in there anymore, but we really did care about you. But we'll be following behind you. Be safe.
You hand him the 4-leaf clover. Takes it. Looks it over. Kind of twirls it in his fingers. Well. A fine gesture. Get all you some luck on the road ahead. He tucks it into his jacket.
Minor question before you move forward. With detect magic on, what on on Lucien's body lit up? I'm sure the blades. Anything else?
His entire body, where any of these eyes are, emanate a very strong magical aura, though it doesn't have a particular arcane school of magic that is tied to that source.
Any other objects?
If anything, the red eyes have just an extremely intense red glow when you're detecting in that direction.
Okay. And any other objects on his person? aside from the swords?
Both of the blades and the armor are like this, like the kind of like soft leather elements, like the vest and the pants that he has on. All seems to be like a connected piece of equipment.
Okay.
Kind of puts his hands up in a "Are we good?" sort of physical motion, and then takes a step forward as everyone else takes a step forward in lockstep, and they kind of push their way through you and into the hallway.
As Kree passes, can I try and get a closer look at that necklace that she's wearing?
Make a perception check.
Let's get up. No, not yet.
20 total.
I take out my sword.
20 total. It's a little hard to see because it's a little bit tucked into like the heavy furs around the cloak that she's wearing, the mantle piece. But you look at it and it looks like a small red globe about that big that is actually with the 20 you'd be able to tell it looks like it has some sort of red liquid in it.
Blood.
Kind of sloshes a very, very little bit with her movement.
Okay. Is anyone else wearing anything like that? Or she's the only one.
She's the only one that you can visibly see with the...
Yeah. All right, that's good to know. Okay.
They all leave the chamber down the hall where you came from.
I guess the first question would be, are we taking Lady Dorogna with us?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Which you do notice as they're stepping through. You do hear a... as Lucien kind of steps over the body and kind of looking down gives a swift kick to the head.
Ooh.
Fair.
You hear a faint crack in the lifeless corpse.
Yikes.
I was saving that for... Just fine. I don't...
And so then you sit down for a second. Let me go ahead and check one thing for the scrying. Okay. Yep. As you all are kind of walking through the snow a bit, you tell everyone to stop for a moment, and you begin.
Stop for a moment.
you begin to prepare your spell, bringing out the various components that are required, and as you concentrate and complete the casting of the scrying spell, you feel the arms of the traveler reach under your shoulders from behind and almost lift your consciousness from you for a moment. You see dark snow, lightless, black cold, and you can sense the cold, but it doesn't make you cold. It's just kind of acknowledging the temperature. A little ways ahead, you catch sight of a small fire, kind of tucked into a hill where a portion of it's been dug out. And there you can see the troop of the 5 of them, all gathered around this flame, staring into it. There you see Kree is currently in the process of going through materials in her pouch, pack, if you will. There's not much of a conversation at the moment. They're just kind of getting themselves ready for a night's rest.
Do they look like they're cold?
Right now, up against the fire, Kree doesn't appear to be that freezing, but they're pretty close to the flames. Interesting point. The flames are there, but there's no... What you do see at the outskirts, there's no kindling. There's no thing that is catching. There's just fire being produced between them all.
There's no conversation happening?
Not at the moment.
We're just getting ready for bed.
About a moment passes before Kree's eyes kind of fade over red, and the head turns up in the direction of your particular scrying position before you hear both Lucien and Kree's voice simultaneously overlapping come through to you. So, are you keeping up well enough?
Can you hear me? Yes? Can you hear me? I don't know if you can hear me. Probably can.
Not reacting to your voice at all. Just seems to be peering. And I hope you're staying close. It's a lot to see when we get there, and it'd be a real shame if you petered off the trail. I'm curious what you want out of this. I understand that you all lie with such confidence. I admire that. It's gotten me through, well, most of my previous life. But, there are still challenges with a mortal body, such as the cold. And just stares back at you. Is there anything in particular you want to do or look for while you're scrying?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's what we came for.
I guess, like, do they have any, like, emotion? Any of the other four? Do they seem like they talk when Lucien's not talking through them? Do they talk to each other?
Make a perception check.
Oh, I get advantage.
12. You hear mutterings of conversation happening outside of the one that is currently being put in your direction.
Okay.
So you get a sense that it isn't like one unified consciousness controlling 5 bodies.
Okay.
But the minute that Kree/Lucien begins to acknowledge you, the rest of the conversation falls silent. So, about 6 hours into this, kind of keeping your eyes out, the light begins to shift ever so slightly, since you guys did get a late start before resting into the evening, and it is in 8 hours of full rest are needed before you can complete your rest and get the benefits of it. About 6 hours into it, the sun begins to rise and a little bit of light begins to come through. It seems that the snowfall has lessened. The heaviness of the night storm has passed over, and it's more just a gentle flutter, but it still left a soft powder around. You kind of push through and glance through the snow, and it's a, that beautiful early sunrise coloration begins to carve through. The gray sky breaks a bit, and you can see that orangish golden hue that's rimmed with red just breaking over the distant mountains. And you take a deep, cold breath of morning air and glance about and kind of glance over there, and you see, kind of sitting in the snow across the way, a purple-skinned figure with horns sitting there, kind of looks like he's taking the dirt out from under his fingernails in his heavy furred cloak, and looks up.
Damn it.
I was wondering when you were waking.
I've been awake.
Wow.
I just sort of I was busy. This is nice.
Snaps his fingers, and you see, like, shifting around a few other figures that have kind of been settled around this dome.
Is the dome still up?
The dome's still up, yeah.
It's just his watch now?
It's just him poking his head out of it right now, pointing to his watch.
It's a nice sunrise.
I agree. We're gonna take a moment and appreciate it together.
Yeah, give me a minute. Sit down. Hey, we got a problem.
Does this mean we don't get a long rest if we...
You have not completed a long rest.
Oh, shit.
We got a short rest though, right?
Shit.
I'll see ya.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I hit my long rest button.
I did too.
I did too. I think I can undo it.
But I remember.
I mean, I think I remember. I know what I had and I know what I used.
Damn it.
Son of a bitch. I was at 80 hit points.
All right, I'm going to stand back up.
As you peek out, you can see now Lucien's leaning against the dome. Most of the snow's been kicked off, and it's kind of like to your side where your head pokes through, and he's looking over at the sunset, or the sunrise, and kind of smiling.
I needed that.
Occasionally you get a good pretty one. Not always, but right now, it's worth appreciating.
Yeah, it was a rough day yesterday.
This whole landscape is made of rough days.
It's got its moments. How was your day yesterday?
Exhausted. Not a lot of sleep, you know, when you're trying to catch up to some folks that seem to be overachievers.
Well, they're industrious. We've never technically met before, really, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
I don't think I've technically met most of you, just the blue one.
Well, I don't have any previous experience with anybody who looks like you, I suppose would be how I put it.
Oh, right, yeah, the weird period. Don't worry about it.
No. It occupies a lot of the thoughts of my friends, but not me. For the record. So, did you go down there?
Didn't have to. Apparently, you all found what we were looking for and went rushing off. So, twice now we've changed our trajectory, trying to keep up with you.
Really? Where were you headed?
Well, same place originally.
Oh, you just had a... There was a lot of discussion about that, so...
Yeah. Not gonna lie, kind of impressed.
Thank you.
But...
It means something.
We've all not really had much of a meal. Not slept.
No.
I think it's time for a discussion, if you don't mind getting the rest of your friends up there.
Oh, they're getting up.
Good, good.
And, you know, no sense making a thing of it.
What's your deal?
You know, I had an answer to that a couple days ago. I don't know anymore. I got some ideas, but I'm not sure. Does that make sense?
Ambition, but no direction.
Ambition's a big word. I suppose, direction, but confused ambition. I don't know, not even ambition. That's weird.
Confused ambition. Would you call that curiosity?
I'm trying to figure out what kind of fruit I'm supposed to grow, if that makes sense.
Strange analogy.
Well, I think I'm supposed to do something for this world, and I'm just not entirely sure what it's supposed to be.
Maybe our paths aren't too far off anyway.
People are people.
Oh. At the very least.
If you want. Yeah. As soon as you guys are ready, we should eat.
Hey. If we just keep resting. I mean, I know it'll be hard, but could you like meditate and some of us can stay up? I don't mind staying up and talking strategy and stuff, but if you guys, magic-y people, want to
Keep resting.
meditate and rest, it's okay with me.
I'm okay to stay.
Your dome is about to go, right? I
just
don't mind
needed to
staying
sort
up.
But
Well,
you
2 more hours at the dome.
That's a long time
Unless
away.
he dispels it or does something else impatiently.
Well, what is he going to do if
right.
he can't get in the dome, right? So
Can he?
why not?
Why not just say
Can he?
hello?
Unless-
Wait.
we don't know, but
You got all those damn eyes. What if one of them flashes and it's like,
You're right. Yeah.
But we can try.
we can try. I only needed a short rest. I can stay up.
Yeah,
stay
I can
forward
be okay
and
with a short
We
rest.
could strategize while you meditate.
Here's the thing, they can hear you guys. The dome is not soundproof.
Well, speaking,
I thought it
can.
was.
Nope.
No? Oh.
It's not soundproof. There is a layer of snow around most of it, except for where Caduceus and Lucien have kind of
I do know
created,
halfling.
created
I know thieves.
Taliesin angels in the snow.
Yeah.
I guess you would call them.
You know halfling? You're,
she is a half.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can stay up too.
And they're just sitting on the like literal outside of the dome, like outside of a tent.
I'm standing
Yeah,
in it.
they're just waiting.
They're leaning.
I look at Beth and I say, in
keep
halfling,
sleeping. Keep sleeping.
I'm gonna keep sleeping.
do you think he understands halfling?
I don't know if he understands halfling. What if we could test it? I'll tell you a joke or something in halfling.
Okay.
If he laughs,
Then we know.
then we know.
What if it's just a shitty joke and he doesn't?
Oh, it's gonna be a shitty joke.
Digging deep into something.
You have jokes written down?
I do.
Of course you do.
From my hideous laughter spell. I have one that I wrote down maybe 6 months ago. Okay, ready? In halfling, I'll say, what did Captain Tusktooth say when he forgot how to captain the ship?
I don't know. What did he say?
Long time no see.
You don't hear any reaction.
For one reason or the other.
though you do hear a mild groan from a voice you don't recognize on another side of the outside of the dome.
One of them speaks halfling.
One of them speaks
Successful
halfling. Okay. That's right, because didn't he have a halfling? One of them is a halfling.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Does anybody want me to say anything, or am I'm just going to go out and... All right, I'm just going to go out and...
You need to keep resting.
Don't.
I've been up for...
But do you need your other rest? Like your other 2 hours?
technically speaking, I would have hit my point because I was taking the last shift anyway. So would I have hit my... I know it's very...
It's a bit fiddly because the idea is it's 8 hours of rest.
Can be spent
2 hours that can be spent on watch, but it's still an 8 hour period of rest.
Yeah, so I can't do anything for another 2 hours, as long as I just kind of chill.
You can do things, you just don't regain all the spells that you would have.
Yeah, so.
Lets you chill.
I mean, it'd be weird if I weren't out there.
I wouldn't go out there.
We've been
No,
talking.
we just want to wait. Just want to wait it out. What are they going to do? They could do a million things, like Ford said, but I don't know.
Yeah, we could just try to sleep, and then we're out there with them.
I'll stay up. I'm good.
You want to let him know, or I'll let him know?
I mean, sure. I don't think he's going to go for it.
No. I guess we could just, it just feels rude. I don't know.
Rude?
I dipped my toe into the world of deceit and ill intention, and it did not turn out well.
Yeah.
Now, I knew I would pick up some bad habits with you all, but this feels like a step too far. I feel like I've wandered too far off the path.
Well, we picked up plenty of good habits from you, so
It's
it
a give and
balances
take.
out.
It's
Yeah.
a give and take, but
I know they go, they wake a whoa. You hear another voice come through. It's like, they're rousing. Be patient, eat your jerky. Don't want any untoward behavior unearned yet, Zoran.
Zoran? Do we know that?
Yeah, there's one named Zoran.
Oh, that's the Goliath, maybe?
There's...
I only have Lucien Cree.
I shuffled to the edge of the dome, popped my head out.
Tyfield, Cree, Zoran, Otis. And Lucien.
Lucien, hi, good morning.
Oh shit, we're going.
Morning.
If you could just give us a little bit of time, we're gonna brush our teeth, maybe brew some tea.
Okay, turns around, looks towards you, goes, oh, I'm sorry, you all resting? You have a nice night's sleep?
Yeah, I mean, we would like to continue our rest unless you're in some sort of astronomical hurry.
Oh, of course. Well, we're happy to wait here for a bit. I figure, we've only trudged through a night in the dark,
Right.
trying to catch up to you and your group for grabbing the thing that we were after.
Grabbing the thing you were after.
Well, you all got extremely, how do I put it? Eager to not walk the path I left for you, instead cut us off at the pass. And you know what? I appreciate initiative, but unfortunately, I can't say that we're really in a mood for waiting that much longer. So, and you watch as the eye on the chest flares bright for a second, and the dome vanishes. All the snow falls on top of all of you.
It was Ivor! He did it! It was his idea!
What? Who are you? What's going on? Who are these people?
I tried to tell them.
Well, Lucien, From my memory, or at least where I come from, invitations are suggested. You can take them or you can leave them. So while we did not follow along the path
We're covered in snow. We're waking up.
that you laid out for us,
We'll stall for 2 more hours.
seems like it's a free tundra, right? I didn't know. And you made no claim of this crest, so I'm not entirely sure what you're so upset about.
I'm not upset. Do I appear upset?
Yeah, you do, considering you and your men have surrounded our campsite in the middle of the night after trekking through the long, dark night. To me, that feels like someone who's pretty upset.
You see like a vein kind of bulge on the side of the head for a second, and one of the hands closes before he takes a breath.
Yeah, see that?
Well,
That vein? Yeah.
so my question would be, what purpose did you have in acquiring this? Did you acquire it for us?
Maybe we did.
Well then, that would be a gracious blessing upon us all, doing us a great favor. And for that, we would be very thankful.
We were kind of hoping it would be a surprise when we met you at Aor. But I guess we could talk about it now.
Or you could let us sleep for 2 hours, and then we could give it. It's fine.
Let's have a conversation, and when that's done, you're welcome to continue sleeping, having your breakfast. You can go about your merry way, or if the hooks are in you, there are more answers where you walk. But nevertheless, you took something. Where would it be?
What makes you think that we're going to disclose that information?
Well, you said you got it possibly as a favor for us. I think this is a fantastic chance to show that you are indeed a friend. Someone who's been wanting to learn, someone who's been wanting to see what most eyes are not capable of seeing.
Oh, Lucien, we've seen a lot.
Oh.
I wouldn't underestimate how much we've seen.
I can guarantee there's some things you've never seen, dear. He says, and as he says that, all the other voices finish the sentence with him.
Boy.
Just got to stall him another hour and 55 minutes.
Plus, it feels like
The
there's so
snow
much,
blanket is so comfy.
there's so much room to cover. I mean, aren't there, what, 5, 6 of these excavation sites? Have you visited everything and gotten everything you need?
We're on the cusp. A brief journey. And I think it's quite fortuitous that our paths have converged in this way, as you've helped us now on 2 occasions.
We just figured you were going east. We heard of locations that were further northeast from that site where we first met you, and we just figured we'd converge in the middle at some point. Have you collected everything that you need from those locations?
So far, at least the things that we need from the outside, everything else lies within the actual ruin itself.
Did you not continue? Nope, never mind. Taking back what I said. Nope.
What? Did you say that out loud?
Nope, that was just, nope, that was Marisha saying Bo did not speak.
Smooth criminal.
What's weird is, though, I don't understand why we need to give this to you.
No, just 2 more hours.
You know, 2 more hours.
I know I am, but what are you?
You know, because it seems like finders keepers out here in Islecross. No?
Perhaps. You're right. You found that. And now, we found you. So, the law would say, under these conditions, that perhaps you're ours for the taking. Wouldn't that be right?
Yeah. You could pick a fight if you really wanted to, but
I'm not here to pick a fight. I'm here to ask for something that I was after. And I'm giving you the opportunity to be a friend and help us.
It's true that you haven't shown any aggression to us, and we haven't shown any aggression to you so far. So it's probably best if we keep it that way. You have concealed some things from us. We asked you lots of questions last time we met, and some were not answered.
Well, you hadn't yet proven that you were on the up and up. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people here who would be curious about what we're doing and would be eager to put a knife in our back. So I assumed, if you were indeed curious, if you were wanting to learn more about the Eyes of Nine, then you'd follow. I was surprised that you seemed to have a bit more gumption and get up and go than we were expecting.
Well, I feel like we wanted some insurance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we are curious, you're right. But we have some experience, and we know that curiosity doesn't really get you anywhere on its own. So now we are curious, and we have a little bit of leverage. And so I think we're okay with a conversation. As long as some information is shared on your end, we'll share some on our end, and we'll see where we get.
He pulls this jet black metal scimitar out of the sheath in the side and plants it in the snow in front and leans on it, arms crossed, hands in front with the chin resting on the tip, looking forward towards you. He goes, leverage. Well, that makes this a negotiation. You know what I want, what we want. What do you want?
I would say what your ultimate plans are. I mean, after all, if we're to be at the table and to play, we have to at least have a card, and now we do. So, you said that if the hooks are in, we could continue and see what this is all about. Would that mean our next stop is Aor?
That it would be.
Well, I, for one, am very curious as to where this is leading to, and frankly, what it's all about. I wouldn't mind traveling a bit further, knowing that you've hit all the rest of your stops. We can't seem to be of any further service to you in expediting your cause, and, well, I think we'll all be safer traveling in numbers, don't you think? Although this poor chap, I think he's had enough. Yes, Ivar?
He's half buried in the snow, trying to not be seen, and is like, hi, and just disappears even further under one of his coats. You glance around and you cannot see Dagon.
Interesting.
Let's not mention it.
That's fine. Yeah, exactly. Good.
I mean, I can't speak for the others. They have baggage, but
Hey.
You do.
Yeah.
Fair.
Thank you. I just feel a little safer just having something going forward. I mean, I appreciate what you've been trying to do. I feel like I've had probably more polite people betray my trust and my time outside of my home, so.
Have I betrayed your trust at all, I ask?
Not yet, obviously. You've been.
But you're the kind of person that waits for someone to betray their trust all the day is long.
I'm learning to expect.
A sad way to live.
Well, I'm learning to expect a lot of things out here. And it's unfortunate, but I figure it's going to be a lot harder getting what you want if you have to figure out how to get it once we're all gone. And honestly, you seem pretty convincing, so I really don't imagine that once we've had a couple conversations that you're not going to get it in the first place.
Well.
So why wait? Why not wait?
The thing that you have is not the only one of its kind. It would be far more convenient for us to have it now, but should you not wish to, we can find another.
So let's eat. Let's talk about it.
Indeed. So, what is the trade then? you will give us the stone. And we tell you what it is we're after.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that has the right weight to it, does it? I think it's more like we come with you, and you inform us, as much as you're comfortable, a little bit about what you're after and what you expect to happen. See, the thing about having one piece of a puzzle is, yes, you could go find another, but it just might not fit right. So you really do need our piece of the puzzle, and I sure would like to know what the whole picture looks like, or at least get a hint.
Make a persuasion check.
Damn, that's good. Damn, that's so good.
Oh, natural 19 for a 24.
Yes.
Wild magic. Butterfly.
Lucien leans back and goes, and as it looks towards Ford, Caduceus, you swear that the eye tattoo on the side of the neck seems to turn and look your direction. Gross. Just goes, well, boys and girls, it has been a bit lonely traveling out here alone. Are we against having a few more companions? No, particularly. Wouldn't be too bad to have some more knuckleheads to toss some laughs with, eh? The halfling looks up and goes, yeah, sure, more friends. We can take more friends, eh? The elf kind of looks back, initially curious at the group, and goes, well, sure, why not? Could be fun. And Kree is kind of leaning behind Lucien, kind of just looking at all of you with this very stoic expression, and goes, whatever the Nonagon says goes. Lucien goes, very well. Is that one coming? Points over to your new gnome friend, Ivar, who's now like not visible beneath the snow. I was like, no, I'm going back to Balin Post.
Works for us.
Hell still, if we haven't gotten a rest, I can't do it.
It's kind of the least of our worries at the moment.
Yeah, that's true.
We could give him the stone for 2 hours of sleep.
Let us sleep for an hour and 55 minutes and we'll give you everything you want.
I mean,
There are times in my life where I would have been like, that's a fair price. Take
anything, let me sleep.
I mean, we're not sleeping at it. We're like holding still and listening to all this shit.
Still, I'm trying so hard to keep my eyes closed.
I guess we can let Iva go. Iva, are you going to be okay crossing the tundra by yourself?
Only for an hour.
No provisions.
I can travel faster just by myself. And I've done this as a job for quite some time. So I'll be fine.
We're only an hour away.
Just remember, we're good guys. These guys are not.
No,
We protected you from them.
TBD.
yeah,
TBD.
just let it.
Make a persuasion check.
God damn it.
1.
8!
oh, Lord.
Where is Short Halt?
Is that a hand cone of fire?
Ivar's going,
Yeah.
Okay.
he's already leaving. He's like pack on his shoulder, like, oh, okay, all right, I'll travel safe.
Ivar,
But yeah.
this one sees all.
I make my face look like his. Ooh. Wink. Change back.
So then you know.
And he just turns around and starts trudging into the snow in a southward direction. You see Lucien's kind of watching and goes,
That's what I know best.
Lucien kind of raises a finger over towards the halfling. Goes, do you need?
No, he's fine.
Very well. Well then. Good. You all look a bit tired, and I think we can use a bit of rest. Finish up, have some breakfast. Then I guess we'll be on our way together.
That sounds nice, actually.
Bit more sleep, some food.
Yep.
Yep.
I think we've got quite a bit to talk about on the road ahead. Well, let's see. If we're going to be learning about each other, what do you want? Where it started? Or where it's going?
Like that meme.
Well, I am a fan of history. Let's start there.
Leans back and kind of flicks the toothpick.
Sorry. You're a bit broader than I was expecting.
It's okay.
God, quick, Travis.
Well, me and my friends here, we're from a disparate collective, you would say, called the Clare Orders.
Clare orders?
Oh, Claire orders.
We like wine. So some of us grew up together, some of us just found like-minded interest in taking the things we learned and eventually sticking out on our own, because we've all got an inherent dislike of authority. And in our travels, much like you were traveling with the good lady, we found ourselves hired by her and others for some time, made some good coin, did some travel. And I found a secret. I found a little peek into something beyond, and he points to the fire. Something with promise. Knowledge. And when I looked in it, looked back. So, at that point, Lucien became more of a costume. The Nonagon became more of the presence. So that's where it started. Specifically, found a book. You seem to be fond of books. Heavy reader.
One or two.
Couldn't put this one down. So, what are you all doing here? I know you're certainly curious. You wouldn't follow this far, but you have some sort of history with whatever was piloting this for a while. Are you coming to join? Are you coming to stop me?
Well, it's a lot of coincidences, really. We were quite fond of our friend. So that alone does draw us in a bit.
No, it's hard not to be fond of this.
You're not entirely different than the friend we knew.
We've seen you with food on your penis.
At which point, every other member of the Tomb Taker starts laughing. Lucien's head slowly turns towards you and goes,
All of us.
You tried to pass it off as the plague.
You covered it in egg.
It was real gross and a real bad idea, to be totally honest.
That wasn't me. That was an aberration.
Same dick.
He actually laughs to himself at that. Well, I guess there are some secrets I don't have to introduce at some point, right?
That's not the only coincidence, though. It's a few things. We have entanglements with the Assembly, and with our old friend, your fragment. And we have heard whispers on the wind of the city as well.
Word is getting around.
We are curious about the intersections of those threads of fate.
I can respect that. Well,
speaking of intersections, the book that I found, fascinating read. Could understand most of it, but I have my limitations.
What is the title?
Oh, it's not much of a title to it. It's more of a journal.
Oh. I can respect that.
Would you like second set of eyes on it?
No, I've done that once already. Didn't end well. For her.
Seems to end well for you.
So far, so good. But no, we were seeking somebody who we knew could possibly understand some of the more complicated aspects of this journal. Having done previous work with the lady, went to her, made a deal, a contract. She promised to help. Help me utilize parts of this tome to truly reach out. You see, once I started reading it, it was just for fun. But then the dreams started coming. Something was spilling into them. And it wanted my help. And his eyes glanced back over towards the fire and the shape. Each dream a different mind came to me. Luctus, Gaudius, Ira, Vigilan, one by one, the sum of them came to me and showed me what the city was. The collections of minds finding emergence, becoming one under these eyes of 9. With each visit, they gave me one of these. He reveals the eye on his hand. That's when I knew it was real. And I had to follow. Had to learn that which they promised to show. So, trying to reach past these limitations, the lady was to help. And she's a trained liar. And the ritual was sabotaged. As opposed to placing my spirit out there whole, it shattered me out there to many, many pieces. She took the book for herself. And from what I can tell, tried to take up the same path, but the sum of them found me. Put me back together. And in that space, I learned so much more about them than I could have ever hoped for. So in a way, I'm actually thankful. But one can be thankful and vengeful at the same time.
Why do you think that was? One of these pieces of you landed in a grave and ended up in the circus. What about the others? And where did you go that you would learn about these people?
Imagine, if you will, you, the idea of you, your singular conscience, and every thought you had was accompanied by 100 screaming thoughts fighting for attention. A weird dissonance of thought. That was the prison I was sent to. My spirit broken and blown across the astral winds. But it took this on Novum, following my scent much like I followed hers, to find all my pieces and put them back together.
Do you think they missed any?
I'm here, aren't I?
Are you?
Well, lucky enough, found that this body had been vacated and easy enough to come back to.
The Somnavum Novum?
Mm-hmm.
Are they here on Exandria somewhere?
Maybe we'll talk more about this tomorrow. It's been a fun conversation, but it seems very one-sided.
Well, you can feel free to ask us anything about the times, we've died or come back to life or got split into pieces and sent into memory prisons.
Redward books.
We've gone through quite a bit of danger. Some would say blindly in some cases. Just to follow us up here, and even beat us to our own game. I'll ask again. Beyond just idle curiosity, what is it you want?
When you first saw your vision, what did you feel? Did you instantly want the power of what you saw, or did you feel fear?
Oh, fear. Fear immensely.
Yeah.
I was but a person then. Fear is a natural reaction. And I take it by the recognition in your faces, you've perhaps seen shades of the same thing too.
More than shades.
We find ourselves very curious about the power you yourself are all consumed with. You're not alone, you have friends. We are accomplished people. I think we are maybe curious if there is room for us in your plans.
There might be still. It's hard to explain. There's a part of me that just, I feel like you all have a part to play still. Like you've used to me.
Well, we got visions too.
Yeah.
From the same city.
We are beyond coincidence at this point.
Do any of your companions have dreams of the city?
At which point, Lucien kind of looks over and they all kind of glance at each other and nod. And then Kree kind of leans forward a bit. The dreams that we have are granted through Lucien, through the connection that he's offered.
Yeah, that's not what we mean.
Yeah, I imagine that if the city gave anybody dreams, it might mean they were chosen.
We do not have such dreams. The Nonagon is the one who has been chosen. We follow in his steps, his guidance. And Kree looks over with like a smiling reverence in her face and says, "It is through him." And Lucien shoots a look. And she kind of gets a little quiet and goes back to sitting. Well. We trust him. In his vision. And in the Somnavum. She kind of looks up with reverence and closes her eyes and clutches that stone around her neck.
Do you think you're special, Lucien? You're someone who wakes up every day, thinks they're different. Blessed.
I spent my entire life waking up every day knowing that I'm different. Look at me.
I think you're dreamy.
That's a new one as the years went on. Didn't start that way. A lot of folks are really eager and kind, especially in Shady Creek Run growing up, to those of infernal blood. But yeah, I'd say I feel pretty damn special these days. Not everyone's single-handedly been granted the ability to slaughter a member of the Cerberus Assembly by themselves.
Yep, you got that right.
I think I'm racking up a few goals to check off my box, huh?
What about that book of yours? Have you mined it of all its secrets?
Not all of it. There's some curious pieces I need to suss out. As he kind of glances over in an eastward direction.
I know that trust is stretched a little thin around this fire, but you have a couple of eggheads here.
I'm
With a
really smart.
Very good track record.
Yeah. We're detectives.
All 9 of us.
I'll also say that we have something that you are clearly in dire need of.
I wouldn't say dire, but certainly convenient need.
We have perspective. When was the last time that you had anybody who didn't just agree with you all the time? How are you ever going to work anything out?
There is a, pause and a stare. And Lucien kind of leans forward towards you, lips somewhat pursed in this, hard to read, almost imperceptibly frustrated and trying to read you before it curls into a grin. Oh, I know your type.
I don't think you know my type, at least not in a long time.
Oh, this is going to be a fun journey.
I think so. I'll do my best to be as honest as I possibly can.
I will say, I admire those who can live a life of perspective. Those who can see their choices from the position of their own mind and make those choices accordingly.
Oh, you missed the point. Perspective doesn't come from yourself. You need others. Perspective is disagreement. You only have 2 eyes. I know you think you have more, but there's really only 2.
And he kind of grins and turns his head to the side. You've tipped your hand a bit.
Huh.
There's a lot you don't understand.
I hope so. That's why we're here.
I have plenty of perspective. And
Not
just
enough
for the
to cover
sake...
that entire book, though.
Speak of disagreement. I have the perspective of not just myself, not just these fine companions, nor the perspective of 9, quite frankly, batty as shit individuals from a long time ago. But many, many minds of that period. And there's plenty of disagreement.
I'm excited to learn.
And listen close. And don't get in my way.
Just talk. All this is just talk.
What do you have to worry about? Are you so afraid of appearing wrong in front of us? Who are you trying to impress?
This isn't about oppressing. This is about having a conversation.
Right. And so we're offering you help and perspective. There's nowhere we can go and nothing we can do.
And
I
I
have too many yes men.
am
It's obvious.
extremely appreciative of such an offer. And if I were, I don't know, interested in passing over an extremely important relic that contained all sorts of, well, sensitive information to individuals that honestly refuse to give over any of the things that is rightfully ours that we asked for very nicely, I think maybe our trust needs to grow a little bigger.
Why don't we make it an exchange? If you let my friend and I examine your book, we will uncover the last of it for you. I wager we will. And you can have your threshold crest.
Maybe. After all, we still have a few more days of travel to take. Let's see how this friendship blossoms.
Caduceus, pay attention. Do you need us outside of your threshold crest to achieve your goals?
No.
Do I believe him?
Inside check.
How is this?
I didn't know what you were talking about when you said pay attention, so I immediately shifted my focus to you. I assume I had disadvantage?
Yes.
I rolled a 1. You seem to believe what you're saying.
Good.
Shit.
Can you roll yourself too, or is it?
No, he said he was going to assist him.
Oh.
Well, no, you said you were an assistant. You roll for yourself then, because he did roll a disadvantage for himself.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
you
did
know,
ask the
my
question.
insight checks are so good with this -2 for a 5.
Better than mine. Actually, not better than mine, to be fair.
Yeah, so.
Mine's a 9 with that.
I mean, he's a slippery figure in general.
Totally.
It's, you know.
It was not a checkmate for me.
Shit. Good call.
Good call, though. Good call.
Tomorrow night.
Where's Molly? Who has Molly's coat? Is that in the bag of?
I think you
I
do.
think you do.
Have it, yeah.
I have his belt. I think you have his. I think we gave it to you when you got back.
We dress up Lucien as Molly and just see if that does it.
Brings him back.
Yeah.
Try and assemble them like a Voltron.
I've got some eggs.
They start trying to pull his coat off. Keep the coat on!
All right. Well, we'll be here in the morning, right? Because we can't go anywhere. You can melt people by looking at them, so.
No.
Oh. I'm going to take it, deputy.
So can we? We can melt people by looking at them. We just haven't shown you yet.
You can?
I'm sure. Well, y'all look a bit tired.
Sure.
Let's get some rest.
Sure, sleep on it. Think about those last 2 chapters you can't crack. Good night.
As you guys continue on for the remainder of your second day of travel, I would like somebody to roll another d20 for me.
That's me. Colville meteorite die. 5.
5.
Oh, no, not 5.
Anything but 5.
5 alive. 25. 25.
Input.
Heavy ice fog, unfortunately, does swell on this side of the lava bank, lowering visibility. I need everybody to go ahead and make a group survival check. See if they can trek through and maintain direction on this.
Damn it, Colville.
Okay.
North is that way, I know.
Hey.
20. What? That's a minus 17.
17.
Does my keen mind have any effect on this roll?
In this instance, no.
Then a natural 1.
Because this is not about like looking at the no, keen mind usually is like look around the surroundings, look at the sky. You have no visibility here, and it's not a magical, innate ability.
Yeah.
Cheers.
So natural 1, got it.
Oh, 19.
19.
12.
23.
13.
If only I was
15.
halfling and could re-roll that
Right.
die.
Not looking good.
I like low rolls for this.
Now for the Tomb Takers.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Good.
Law.
Shake some bad rolls. on
Not
this.
good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
Are we?
that's the tipping point. You spend most of the day lost.
Oh shit!
Trekking
Wait, they rolled
forward.
Shitty.
There was a high DC on this, and you guys did not roll great, and they did not roll great. Yes. And the natural 1 was 2 failures on the skill test. So nothing terrible happens. But what happens is it does add an additional day of travel to this journey, and the next day you all will have a point of exhaustion.
Lucien, are you sure you know where you're going?
You know, these lands are a bit strange.
Uh-huh.
And I think we're all trying to guide each other in a very incorrect direction.
No, we're all following you as the de facto leader. We are not all following each other, we're following you.
I don't know, seems like quite a bit of you are making your own paths as well. Yes, I'm lost, all right. You don't have to be a dick about it.
She's like
this about everything.
Douchebag delusion.
I like it more.
You do see, like, he is filled with frustration. This is the first time he's had to show a little bit of limitation, and he's not happy about it.
Okay.
Oh,
Relatable.
he's mortal.
He's like this a lot. It's okay.
Now we know what to get him for winter
Yeah,
scraps.
it's like a hazing.
A compass.
It's like a hazing process.
That would be so fucking salty. All the eyes.
Well, we've all had a day. Let's go ahead and bed down. Take a rest here in a safe spot, and we'll continue on first thing in the morning.
Do you need help finding your bed, or should we, Just kidding. Little humor between friends.
Wait, I actually have a question about that. Because do you sleep?
Not for a while. One of the many gifts of the Somnavum. More time to think, to contemplate, and to watch.
I like sleeping.
Yeah, do you miss dreaming?
Oh, I can still dream.
Ooh, do like some of the Somnavum sleep while others are awake?
Good question.
So like part of you is sleeping while other parts, is that how it works?
Like a
Do you work in
Meditating?
cycles? Like,
Are you dreaming right now?
Not at the moment, but I wouldn't mind some perhaps in a bit if we can get a bit more comfortable.
Well, we can't do that. It's snowy out here. Sorry.
Well, let's set up. And they go ahead and begin carving snow away. And as you approach, they all kind of glance over, and Lucien has taken a seat back on this kind of slight little depression in the snow, almost in like a leisurely stretch. And she goes,
So, we don't like each other. You don't like us, we don't like you. But we are working towards the same thing. We have similar goals. And we have days left before we reach our destination. Tomorrow, you all may have a hot meal, and a bed, and cat massages, and anything you can dream of. If we can work together. But we do not know what you are doing.
see, now that there would have been a great way to start the night's conversation.
You have been keeping us captive for multiple nights. You started this on the wrong foot. You make an effort to keep us from bolting at the first chance we have.
I'm not keeping you from bolting. If you want to leave, you can leave.
How do you reckon you can say that?
Right, we'll just take this precious package that you care so much about and we'll just head off on our own, yeah?
Your presence is a convenience.
You have thwarted every spell we have put forward to simply survive. Tell us how we are not captives in this situation.
I'm careful, especially around practitioners of magic. Have a bit of a history, especially those that walked alongside such individuals. Pardon me for my mistrust of certain aspects of the arcane that, I don't know, might be hanging out in the unspoken wings of our arrangement. So I'm careful. I'm not offering for you to leave, but if you were, it would be annoying. But what you have isn't so precious. It's just convenient.
Let's save some time. Here's what I propose. I'm very curious. I love books and learning. Show me your book. Don't give it to me. Show it to us. Let us look at it together, and try to ascertain what it is you have been unable to. You can stop us from leaving at any time, it seems. Share a little bit more of your knowledge. Enjoy a bed tomorrow night. What do you have to lose? We can't leave. We've tried twice.
Roll a persuasion check.
Can I give advantage being here?
You're so persuasive.
I would
So persuasive.
I would say this is a straight roll for him.
Yeah, that's fair.
Miscombative.
If anything,
Which
it's
one will it be? Which one will it be?
Cracking your knuckles.
Yeah.
25.
Whoa!
Jesus.
I'll think on it.
When? Like tonight?
Tonight, while I rest,
You're gonna
I
get disadvantage.
hate you.
100% I am. How many more days till Aor?
Two, how do you travel with this one?
They've learned to deal, exactly. Conditioning, motherfucker.
Yeah, the hazing process is a little steep, but once you make it through that, you go quite fond of her. I use a cantrip and start to make food appear in the fire, and cats and books and books and cats and books and cats and books and cats. And all the things that they will enjoy in the tower tomorrow night, all of that can be yours. Talk to your leader.
Also, I do tarot card readings. That could be fun.
just also here.
I did it the whole time. I said I was following you guys. I just wasn't talking, okay?
As you both walk away and she bursts out, immediately attention shifts and goes,
See, now that's a nice offer.
Do you want me to read your tarot cards?
Certainly.
Really? You know, I learned this from Molly. Does that change your opinion of it?
No, I'm just curious.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, well then, sit down with me. And we'll sit down across from Lucien.
I grab Bo by the wrist just to quiet her.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta pull up my list. Give me a second.
he sits in front of you, his sword's clanging at the side.
I'll take out the deck of cards and I'll fan them out in front of him and say, choose 3 cards.
Sid cocks to the side, reading very clearly the the lack of confidence in the delivery.
Set them in order in front of you.
The Empire kids share the most deadpan.
He does so.
Okay. Roll a d20, sir.
Nine.
Oh, how fucking perfect.
Wow.
Okay, oh,
Game,
wow.
I swear to God.
Okay, so flip over the first card. This is the card of your past. And I look down at it. This card.
You can pick up.
Ooh. It's so weird. This card is history and the dream. How fucking crazy is that? Oh my god.
He gives a smile and a nod. Eyes unblinking.
Oh, a massive creature shatters a city. Shut up. That's so fucking perfect. What? Okay, flip the next card. Roll a d20.
It's the image of the calamity.
1.
This,
Oh no.
this card. Ooh, this is your present.
Is it?
The Tyrant. Ooh, 2 dragons fight each other in a figure 8. The one facing you is red. Flip your last card. This is your future.
18.
Wow. This card is so important.
I'm so impressed.
You're good at this.
This is the card. I want you to roll a d6.
1.
Facing you is death. That's not necessarily a bad thing, Lucien, you know? Some people think that death means a rebirth. Something must end for something new to begin.
His right hand twitches, like twice.
How do you feel?
Thank you, that was interesting. I've always been oddly curious from a distance about such strange hobbies. Thank you for indulging in the offer.
Of course. I gather up the cards.
He stands up and kind of walks uncomfortably towards the rest of the tomb takers.
Can't blame the cards. You made them, motherfucker.
How fucking crazy were those pools, though?
as you kind of sit there looking at the cards and see him sit down, facing away from everybody. You pick them up and begin to walk back to the rest of the group as they're setting up their camp.
Where does your imagination lie?
I've got a few ideas. Some of them vengeful. Some of them curious. Some of them, I don't know. Wild.
Did the Sun Nova make you nervous?
I did it first. But I've met them. Truly met them once. I don't know, it feels like we're family.
Do you think you can control them?
I don't think I can control them, but I think I have something to offer.
You want to be a part of them.
I have some ideas to be mutually beneficial.
You said that they were mad. Do you consider yourself to be mad?
Well, I think it takes a bit of madness to truly unlock the imagination.
What could they possibly want? Can't even imagine.
Well, continue along with us. Maybe you could ask him yourself.
I was curious your opinion.
Do we know how old he is? Yeah.
I don't think so.
You don't? Well, this has been a fine bit of conversation, but all of you look a bit knackered. I appreciate the comfort. Hope you enjoyed the, what would you call this, Soren? And kind of sits there chewing something heavy in his jaw and goes, shit. For his meal, rest well. We'll be up early in the morning. A lot of traveling to do. Dream well.
You too. Thanks for the chowder.
Thanks for the shit.
Thanks for the shit.
Lucien begins to approach from as they kind of finish him with the fire on the other camp. Steps up, heavy coat on, looks like he's all smiles this morning. Before you finish breakfast, since we had a bit of a conversation the other day, sure, I'd be curious. He pulls in the cloak and pulls out what you see to be the collection of papers and haphazard binding on the tome that you saw taken from the interior of Vestaragna's chambers.
Oh, yeah, that book.
Kind of looking over to kind of holding it out. I assume someone wants to give it a shot.
Absolutely.
He's the one that understands that sort of stuff.
I certainly hope so. Here.
Okay.
I scooch over to Caleb.
Yeah, come have a seat.
Okay, so the two of you. Okay.
I roll out a wide piece of leather so it doesn't get snow on it, and I set it down and
Distance.
thank you. Reach into my components and I pull out a black pearl. No. Pull out a white pearl.
Guidance.
And will cast Fortune's Favor on myself in little geometric shapes.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Spiral out.
grab his shoulders and give him a little back rub and say, "You can do this, Caleb. You got this. Guidance."
Okay. Okay.
Was there some specific request? Or is it just a general knowledge?
I think it's gonna be like
Well-
seeing what he can decipher.
Yeah.
For one thing,
Spend some time with it.
the script, as you glance at it, it makes no sense to you.
Oh, well, that's easy.
What languages do you both? Actually, what languages do you both know?
Hang on.
Well,
I think it's more up to date on my D&D
I'm going to cast
burn.
Comprehend Languages.
Okay.
And I also have that fancy monk.
Read everything.
Yeah, read the monk ability.
Read all.
Features and traits. Hang on. Hold. Keep going.
Hang on, but keep going.
Tongue of the sun and moon, you can understand all spoken languages.
Correct.
And any creature that can understand a language can understand.
So
You
it's
can't.
speaking but not reading.
And then my languages are common, deep speech, dwarvish, halfling, undercommon.
Oh. You can read it. It's undercommon.
It's written in
Additional
Guar.
languages.
Huh?
I said it's written in Guar.
Yeah.
You cast comprehend languages. It's undercommon, which you can read. You picked this up because of your training with the Cobalt Soul.
Is it like a cant?
It's written as a cipher, meaning the language is not a common language of the writer, and it is the way it's written is different from most undercommon speakers instinctually. So you gather quickly that this is intended as a cipher. Now the contents begin abruptly, like the early pages are no longer part of it. They read like brief passages about historical musings, piecing together elements of Eor's history, mental notes over breakfast by a confounded arcanist. Questions they posit to themselves about where it might lie, what secrets made it so dangerous to call the ire of the gods down upon it at the height of the calamity. Details of odd recovered relics from around the frigid depths surrounding Isocross, and the theories that they have that elements of Eor might actually be found there. Half-finished sketches follow that of assumed Eorian architecture, discussions of the convocation of Eor, the committee of mages that governed the ancient city, pontificating about their politics and whether they were indeed a unified people, as some archivists suggest. The notes then continue, like a travelogue, making themselves the briefest of entries regarding their journey northward. So not unlike the Nine's own journey through here, it discusses the harshness of the environment, the dangers that beset them. There's no mention of Balin Post and no other societal handholds up here in the north, really. It's just desolate, uncharted tundra. And honestly, deadly mystery. There are numerous gripes about magic being unpredictable up in this space and numerous times, and odd creatures that had to be avoided on this journey. Very much kind of gives you the sense of like an early explorer first coming into uncharted land. Eventually, the entries begin to speak of a massive anomaly that they came across, a patch of frost that's miles long, and it piques his curiosity. More entries beyond that briefly note his entrance to a subterranean labyrinth of corridors and structures. Sketches of door reliefs and archways and long-dead bodies left frozen. One perfunctory entry speaks of an uncovered text hurriedly scrawled before the death of its writer. It reads, "The philosophers abandoned us. The cursed, plotting dreamers took their whole ward with them. Curse them, may they rot in." And it ended there.
May they rot in?
And ended there. The following entries muse out the meaning of this statement, slowly exploring more of the ruin and trying to piece together their goings-on. Even further entries still speak of the sounds that worry the mage. Things are living down in these halls, he says. He notes his need for caution. Eventually, an entry speaks of finding information about some of the Aeorian wards. The Paraesidis ward, the Ars ward. Ars, A-R-S.
Paraesidis
ward.
Paraesidis. Ars ward.
Ars ward. And in particular, the Cognosa ward. A region organized by 9 philosophers who are dedicated to the ideas of manifestation through dream and imagination with the conduit of arcana. Increasingly obsessed with the astral plane and many of its denizens being able to forge matter from sheer will and idea alone, they were rumored to be plotting a secession from the convocation to abscond from the city to their beloved plane of dreams in ash, as it said in some of the notes of other Aeorian denizens that seemed to be speaking down on these philosophers. The next entry seems to tremble with excitement and discovery, as the mage intends to project himself into the astral plane and seek out any survivors who, based on his findings, may have escaped. Then, the book changes dramatically. The following pages are filled, top to bottom page, with nonsense, deep scratches of ink and shapes and symbols that make no sense, just hash marks and scratches and designs that overlap and twist. It is just a mess of designs and nothing. They have no purpose or reason to them. There's no language. There's hints of text, but it's not. And your spell can't focus. It's not able to make out any language at all, because it's not language. It's filled with nightmarish design and incredibly detailed patterns that catch your eye on a smaller and smaller scale. These fractals that almost draw you in, that you catch yourself leaning into the pages a bit, and then kind of pull back for a moment and blink. And for a second, you catch yourself wondering, like, how much time has passed? How long have you been looking at that page? Just at that point, Lucien closes the book and goes, I think it's enough reading for now. So, what did you think?
Hey, whet my appetite, why don't you? They seem a lot like, the soberest assembly of their time, but better or worse, depending how you look at it.
How long were they looking at it?
They began to read through, and then once they got to the strange scrawlings, it was a page turn, a page turn, a page turn. And then they just kind of stared at one page quietly for about 5 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
You said his spell was having a hard time making sense of it. Just looking at it.
At a certain point, it wasn't language anymore. It was...
Yeah, once you got to those pages, there was no language. It looked like a disturbed individual's attempt to produce nightmare on page, but then there was structure. There were things that looked almost like glyphs, but they were broken and absent of any reason. You saw patterns that made no sense, but were also beautiful, and there was math to it at times, but then it seemed to just scatter out into nothing. It was infuriating for a person who has spent their life studying structure and equation and the ability to control the order of the world and the elements and focus them. And you think back to it, even with your keen mind feat. And for the first time, oddly, you can really not recall the details in any of the pages you just looked at.
Yes, well, it's very much, and I'm bumping Beauregard, I'm not even talking to Lucien. We're talking so much about dreams. This is dreams on paper.
Yeah.
This is your friends talking to the writer in their way. And you are able to read or make something of this?
Not at first. But if you make sense of any of it, please do let me know.
Was I able to glean anything in terms of pattern recognition just for the short amount of time that I was looking at it with my expositor chaos crew brain?
Go ahead and make both of you an intelligence check for me, if you don't.
Just a straight
intelligence check.
Well, this dude doesn't
That's a
sleep.
plus D4.
What kind of roll was it?
Intelligence check. Just roll and add your intelligence modifier.
19.
25.
Not bad. Not bad. You can make out no language, some elements of structure, it seems, But through the sketchiness, through the chaos, once again, there are patterns of 9. Patterns of 9. Patterns of 9. Just that continuous numerical sequence. In different ways. Sometimes it's just little detailed hatches against a semicircle. Sometimes it's, if you look at the page from a distance, there were elements around the border that if you counted them up, it was just an endless source of chaos built upon a singular numerical sequence. But that was just one aspect you could glean from so much nothing.
Well, let's set off, I guess.
Yep.
As you guys gather your things, you kind of put your packs up and you turn, and right at that moment you can see the tomb takers are all standing there, Lucien, in not a confrontational way, but in a definitely like, hold up a second sort of physicality. Lucien goes, as requested, to build trust in the bridge that's been so asked of us, I've shown you something very private and personal to me. As a response, just show me that you still have it.
Pull it out, Caleb. Show him your wang.
Ford,
Oh.
show him my wang.
Yeah, all right. I'll reach into the bag of holding, produce a small piece of amber. It's in here.
Cute, isn't it?
Quite clever.
Waved a vest.
Two keepsakes in one. Well, looks over towards you, to Zoran. You see he's carrying the large other one on his back. It's a much easier way to travel. Shame you don't have these fancy things, eh? You make more of those.
I don't, but there's more room in it if you'd like to have us carry anything for you.
Now, why shouldn't I just take this right now from you?
Because you like us.
Be a poor sign of trust.
If you hold on to it, you won't get to stay in my tower tonight.
It is so warm in there.
And there's lots of good food.
As we said, when we arrive, we get this. We made a deal.
We did.
The whole time I was just watching to see if there was any sleight of hand thing that went on.
Yeah, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 1.
No! That was cool!
It still could be. She is a halfling. I'll just point out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I will look. I'll look at the amber. Do I see little? Does it look like the piece?
Make a perception check.
Oh boy, let me fail that as well. 14.
14. No, it looks like it's the same as it was given over.
Can I do an inside check on that little test he just did?
Sure, go for it. What are you looking for?
Would he have actually just taken it from us?
Go for it.
Or is he just, yeah, that's bad. Not a 1. That's bad.
But you're also a halfling.
But I'm also a halfling. 14.
14? That's not too bad. He wasn't trying to hide much. I'd say the best thing you can make out was, it was not hard to see that there was a look of relief on his face when he received it. That's as much as you'd be able to gather with a 14.
Okay.
And there was a noticeable, like,
Oh, they aren't totally bullshitting me. Oh, okay.
It's not A1. We are.
So,
If we didn't,
Key
it
master.
would just be a little inconvenient.
Gatekeeper. Just yeah.
Are we going straight to the big site now?
here's to hoping so. One more day of travel. Gather your things.
Let's be off.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to roll the dice for the final length of the journey to see
You
what
too,
happens?
I think I did it
Yeah.
last.
Your turn.
Is it a D10?
20.
D20.
Right in
10.
the middle. Oh no.
Oh no.
As you begin to trek off, the gray sky gets thicker and thicker as the ice fog rolls in once more.
I blame the beard.
I need everybody to make
Seafaring weather.
a group survival check, as this recurring weather pattern is one of the worst to encounter out here.
Got another cold front coming in from the west.
Survival.
I rolled a
Not
1.
rolling great.
Not great.
They're not rolling great either.
I got a 1, yeah.
Got a 1.
Or 2 rolls.
3, 2, 5,
One.
6,
Oh,
and a
Wow.
9.
8.
16.
1.
yeah. No, all right, no, I don't even care.
Mega fail.
What'd you get? You just say it.
I'm a MacGyver in the group.
Wait, did you get a 1 too?
Oh,
You got a 1 too?
Yeah.
And I rolled a 12.
Putting that die away.
That was
That was bad.
by and far and large like the worst group check we've had in a while.
Oh, that's a real bad storm, that one.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna slow you down. So it's no longer a 1-day journey.
A 3-hour tour.
Remember the last time you guys had a frustrating bit of being lost amongst this ice fog?
it was with them because
Yeah.
they lost us.
Yeah, and as you're getting through halfway through the day, you can hear Lucien be like, son of a... Well... This way.
Oh no.
Last time this happened, we should have just hunkered down and waited it out.
You prefer to do that?
Unless you're confident, more confident than you were the first time, dude. Because we were really tired after that. Got nowhere.
No. He's going to say that we move. Patience is not one of his strong suits.
I think we can do this. I feel it. This way.
All right.
Cool.
Go.
Trekking through the freezing ice fog, shaking. You all eventually get to a certain point where you come upon familiar tracks at the end of the day. Lucien goes, "Shoo!"
Oh, they're ours.
Wow, how did these tracks stay here? It's been snowing so much.
Wait, whose tracks are these?
It's turned into an ice fog at this point. The snow has diminished. At which point everyone's going, and you're like, starting to get a little dark. Lucien goes, I hate this place.
A humble person would say that there was probably a lesson here, although the life
Camp up for the night,
Do you want a tower?
if you don't mind.
Yeah. This is why we are friends.
Good. All right, fine.
The entire time Caleb sets it up, I just stare at Lucien.
He doesn't make eye contact with you. You do see the red eye in the neck kind of
Yeah.
shift to make eye contact with you, though.
I just
Gross.
slow Jack Nicholson nod at the eye.
All right. And so he looks at you expectantly, like,
Yeah. The wand jumps down into the snow. I arrange all the pieces necessary, the little wooden cat, and then and we see stained glass again.
all right. Quickly, you watch as the tomb takers, one by one, enter, except for Lucien, who is waiting for the rest of you to enter so we could follow and kind of bookend the journey inward. You all enter to a more comfortable space within Widowgast's 9-sided tower.
So much nicer.
Yeah.
Oh, I prefer this so much. Up!
Will we still suffer a point of exhaustion?
You will tomorrow.
The worst.
I'm gonna take a bath tonight just
The
to make
bed's
sure.
so comfy, though. Like, way more comfy than normal, so...
You're going to be real sore in the morning.
Okay.
It's a combination of sore muscles, a combination of near hypothermia. Many things came together to make you comfortable for the night, but you can already tell the damage has been done. In the morning is going to be a reckoning.
Is tomorrow the day that we get there?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Got one more day of travel.
We lost it.
And then we're there.
Yes.
Because I have a thing. I'm not saying this in front of Lucien. I have 2 doses of something that will help two of us not be exhausted tomorrow, if that's something that we are interested in.
Doses?
It's a leaf that that Caduceus can help brew into a tea that we can drink. It's an Olisuba leaf, which helps you recover from exhaustion. But I only have 2 leaves.
I wouldn't mind giving it to the wizard and
Oh, yeah.
someone else.
Exhaustion affects skill checks, right?
Yeah.
So who does that a lot? Perception checks, investigation checks.
If we are going into
-2.
any ruins, then it would make sense for me, but if not, then not. Not.
But you might be looking at the book again.
Yeah?
What about you
Produces a
two?
bow.
You two.
Us too?
You want to share some tea? A little tea and
If
tea?
you guys are okay with that.
I got
Yeah.
the kettle.
Thank you.
Where's Lucien?
He now steps into the door behind and kind of closes it. All of them are kind of looking around. Lucien is the first to pipe up.
Not gonna lie, this is a very welcome change of pace.
My thanks.
If you're a good boy, we can do this every night.
I like it when you're condescending. It's attractive.
He's always condescending.
He's always attractive.
That's dangerous.
Behold me in the tower of Widowgard! Fear me! You can do it too, you just stay up.
Lucien just goes, up. Full of surprises. Well, and the rest of the takers go up, up, up. And they all start kind of drifting up, and they start just rushing off and exploring.
Okay. If
Except
any of
for
them try
Lucien.
to go outside of the central invisible column that's 10 feet wide in the center, they're going to start to float or fall back down. So it's just the center invisible spoke.
Okay. And they start it's a fizzy lifting drink moment. They're all just
Yeah.
like, what's going on? It's for as intimidating as they've been since you've met them to certain degrees, this is the most adorable they've been, if I could put it that way.
We don't have to find out about the food.
But nevertheless, the evening in the tower is yours. Lucien does ask, is there a particular chambers for us to be staying?
I have one set of chambers for you and your friends.
All right. Where?
Follow me. I don't say up, and I float up through the center. Come along, and take us up to 5, and rap on the door with no decoration on the outside of it. This is for you, and I open the door, and inside the sitting room is all the walls are covered in stained glass windows that are, you cannot see through them, but you do see those small little globules floating just behind in one direction slowly. And the windows show scenes from Mollymock's Fletchling and Moondrop circus, just tableaus of the different performers and Mollymock himself. And there is one window that shows a scene with the Devil Toad and the Mighty Nine in the circus erupting, beautifully wrought, and the mirror, or not mirror, the glass window above the fireplace is Caleb's imagination of the city that he has seen in their vision. Move us through to the next quarters, and there are bunk beds. And
Well, as you pass the stained glass relief of the city, Lucien kind of glances over it for a moment, pauses, and just kind of says, absent-mindedly to you almost, "You've seen more than you let on." Huh. And just continues with you.
dare to dream. You can all sleep in here, and there are bunk beds enough for all of Lucien's tomb takers, but not Lucien. And I push through to the final room, and there is a similar bed and bathtub, all the same amenities, but the drapery is Mollymock's ornate coat.
As they all kind of glance around and make in the space, they nod. Pretty high passive insight. Lucien, other than his normally confident self, seems to have a faint touch of apprehension. But then quickly they all turn and Typhel goes, is there a meal included as well?
Yeah, so I would say make yourself comfortable in about an hour, exit your chambers, and go higher up until you reach the room with all of the cats in it.
Very well. You all look at each other, and Kree goes, we'll be down shortly. And they all kind of huddle up a bit as you make your way to wherever you wish to. Last we left off, you all had sat down for your dinner of the evening in Widowgast's nine-sided tower with the Tomb Takers. Is there anything in specific you want to serve for dinner, Caleb?
Well, there's always a very healthy pastry and baking array. That's just a permanent fixture. But I think we will do elk.
Sure.
Yeah, the main dish is elk.
Dude.
And lots
Elk,
of,
great.
yeah. And vegetables. It's very healthy,
Thank you.
baking aside.
Great.
All right.
Sounds delicious.
Let's do some like zucchini muffins so that I can still have vegetables in case the vegetables aren't very good.
Okay. Okay. There's kind of that, awkward, quiet acknowledgements across the table as the hungry, rugged tomb takers kind of try their best at giving pleasantries.
As guests, do you lot want to say grace?
Y'all look at each other. Otis goes, no.
It's tradition. Say a blessing for the food, based on the being that you worship.
And the guest always says the grace.
Looks around at the other ones, and Lucien goes. Otis goes. The eyes kind of go black for a second. Then
Amen.
Was that Otis?
that was Otis the
What
halfling.
language? Do we know what language that was?
God was that?
You don't know.
Oh shit!
I speak Sylvan, Giant, Elvish, and Common.
Giant? Then no, you do not.
Abyssal and
I speak
celestial?
Nope.
infernal.
Celestial.
Nope.
Goblin.
Nope.
Speech.
Deep speed.
What the
And
fuck
you understand
did he
everything now. This is, right?
That's true. And I can understand spoken tongues.
Yeah.
Tongues.
Yeah, you
Anything
can.
here
Yeah, I need to
spoken.
fucking remember that.
So you make out that the gist of this was, "O great distant voice, come upon this meal and let us destroy and devour of its sustenance."
Well said.
You just see Bo just like zone out and then slowly eat. Yeah.
Okay.
Begin.
They all go into their feasting, and the quiet persists until.
Oh, I call one cat over. Liesel, could you do me a favor and go to the back and get just one plate of zucchini muffins, and also some banana nut bread ones as well.
Those little bugs.
Yeah, we have those are permanent now as well, so more bugs for the lady.
Never mind, Liesel. We have enough.
Ooh. Have you ever tried yogurt covered bugs?
No.
You should do. Let's try those.
Liesel.
My
Can we get like a little thing of yogurt?
No, not like yogurt dipped bugs, like yogurt covered bugs. You know, like yogurt covered raisins.
Hardened.
Oh, like a hard yogurt? Okay,
Confection.
so take some of the bugs, dip them in, and then put them in the fridge. The cold box.
You know how to do it. Yogurt
And then
covered
they'll
bugs.
harden, and then it'll be like a little.
Ford, would you like to order anything specific?
The cat's head slowly turns towards Caleb and just looks at him for a second, looks back and goes,
Liesel's a bitch.
Technically, yes.
I like her.
What's your favorite kind of food, Lucien?
well, to be honest, whatever's warm and I didn't have to pay for.
No, you have to have like a favorite. That's a boring answer. What's your favorite food?
I agree with that.
Things with, I don't know, spiced cream. I grew up eating bland food, anything that's interesting, and
Where did you grow up? Where did all of you grow up? What were your lives before this?
you see them all kind of look uncomfortable and be like,
Super culty.
I don't know if this is about sharing personal histories per se. I grew up in Shady Creek Run.
All right.
That's about as much as I'd like to talk about it.
Insight.
Make an insight.
Ooh. 22.
Seems pretty straightforward and pretty much does not want to talk about it.
Shady Creek Run, is that near where Mollymock was?
That's where we fought Lorenzo.
That's sort of
Near
interesting. That's interesting,
my neck
isn't
of
it?
the woods.
It's where we met Keg.
Well, that's less interesting to Lucien, but it's interesting. It's just interesting.
Otis kind of going off of Lucien's lead, seemingly taking that as permission, goes,
I'll grew up in Trusting Wolf. Joined the orders at a boredom. But now, just curious to see where the road leads now. Huh?
The orders? Does that sound familiar? The orders?
The orders, yeah.
Oh, that's right. We talked about that.
That's their little
Yeah.
religion.
Soren kind of
Nursery Coast originally, but almost for friendship until these folks joined me.
Friends? Would you call them your friends?
Compatriots. I don't do friends.
Okay.
Menagerie Coast, that's where we're from.
We're from the Menagerie Coast.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another awkward pause. You can see Kree and Eiffel just kind of like not engaging at all. The food begins to trickle in as the cats begin to come inside, placing plates of fresh food, and then the food is an immediate distraction. They begin to eat and take that as a way to break the eye contact and awkward pauses.
So, Lucien, I said you grew up in Shady Creek Run. Did you ever make it to the Blooming Grove?
I never quite made it up that far, no.
It's a shame. I suppose I would have remembered you. Got a look about you, and you definitely not quiet about it.
I leave an impression.
Absolutely.
But no.
It's a shame.
I mean, I've been to the forest up there quite a bit, Work takes you in strange places, but, I had no interest in quite making my way to the Grove.
Do you have family in the Grove?
Don't really have family.
Everybody came from somewhere.
Oh, those that wish to remember.
I think there's wish to remember, and on the other end of that is occasionally an unfortunate truth.
You might want to stop prying now and enjoy your meal before it gets, unpleasant.
I'm having a nice meal.
Do you remember, well, you don't remember anything, but from your time as Molly, but Do you remember anything about the circus or anybody from Shady Creek that was part of the circus?
No.
Who was? Was there someone?
Oh yeah. They all were pretty much from
Was there
Shady
one
Creek.
that Molly Mock got along with famously?
I mean, all of them? Me? Do you remember someone named Gustav Fletchling? Fletching? Not Fletchling? That's something else.
Afraid I haven't heard of him.
I know it's useless, but inside check.
Inside check.
14. I don't know why I bother.
He's hard to gauge.
Can I try to do an insight check? Because I was
Sure.
doing an insight check.
Yeah.
Let's go, Yasha.
Do it.
Let's fucking
Get it.
go!
15.
He's hard to read. At the most, you sense he's... You get this faintest sense he's growing more and more frustrated with the questions. He's covering it with a smile as he eats, but it's getting a bit shorter.
Get away from the personal stuff. Are you expecting anyone else to be at AOR? Any other parties that we might have to, I don't know, have to work our way around or sneak by or...
Or is it guarded?
I'm certain there are all sorts of interests wandering those places. There's empire business finding its way there. There's dynasty business. There's independent contractors that are just looking to scavenge and take away. There's folks from all over, I'm sure, depending on the day and where you enter from.
Well, if we can be of use, I mean, is there a particular tactic that you wanted to stick to? More of the subterfuge side, or are you a smash and grab fan?
I like to think the tactic will present itself when the time is right. We're kind of improvisers.
You'll be glad to hear we are as well.
Good.
You mentioned depending on the way you enter. Sorry. Do you know of a back entrance?
We have an entrance that we've used before. Last time we came.
You've been there before.
Right.
Oh.
Once before. We're just trying to ensure that our way in hasn't been commandeered.
Is it secret? Is it a secret way?
As far as I know.
Oh.
Seems secret, but it's been a while. We'll find out.
You know, I do have this map, actually. And I'll actually take it out. Show Lucien, if you don't mind. It seems like there are mountains on the north, east, and southern sides of where the city would be located, but there's a stretch of land from the west. Is there a particular direction that you plan to enter from? I mean, perhaps we could take advantage of a scouting party, or at least, you know, see which tactic would be to our advantage.
We happen to have a viable scout on our side, but you have some skilled folk.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of northwestern edge is where we first entered.
Nice.
How long ago?
Number of years.
Number of years.
Oh, yeah.
Did you not accomplish what you set out to do that last
That's
trip?
when we were hired by, the late Vester Ogna.
And with the map still out, I'll point to the other points. A question mark, A3. Did you happen to already visit all of these as well?
No. Oh, not all of them. There are a few left unpicked.
But not necessary for your needs.
We have what we need.
Nice. Efficient.
Is there a dessert, by the way?
That is what we do best here. Are you in the mood for something?
Great. I think it's time. If you could get your little kitties to bring us some fine treats, if you don't mind.
Casper, Bruno, bring out the final course and then dessert.
And they're going to come out and bring out the final spread.
I just look over at Yasha and I go, mockingly.
You glance back and Lucien's looking right at you.
Sup?
Begins to take and eat hungrily of the treats. Kind of
Giant. One of the larger cats comes in. Two of the larger cats come in, and one has got a huge brass tray with all kinds of cut fruit on it, and the other one has a huge basin with a fountain of chocolate pouring down into it. It is a fondue.
Holy shit.
Chocolate fondue.
Oh my gosh.
And they're shaped like stars and shapes.
There's actually there are additional small cats whose tails are being used to prop up the edges of the platter so that it doesn't go sideways
Nice.
on the big kitties.
Strong
They
kitty
can't touch the
tails.
food. Nope.
I would say Beauregard, Caleb, and Caduceus, you hear muttering beneath her breath. Cree goes, fucking rich kids.
Oh, sure. I hadn't even gone there.
I stick my finger in the fountain so it stops the flow of the chocolate. You know.
He goes, just, your finger is now covered in chocolate.
Kree, I didn't catch where you were from earlier.
I'm from all over.
Do you have, like, a place you call home?
Oh, try to ask it without seeming like you're making fun of her at the same
No,
time.
we addressed this years ago. It never.
True, you're right, sorry. Is there a place you call home?
Oh,
You hear a small scream in the background.
A glass shatters.
That's the equivalent of the Wednesday Addams smile. Yeah.
Adam's family value.
Yeah.
You're like, you look like you're going to a funeral. Wait. Sorry, I love that movie.
That movie is fantastic.
I love it so much.
Kree kind of looks you back with an equal false kind of grin.
I'm from a lot of places.
Cool story, yeah.
Energy in the room's changing a little bit.
I've never been called a rich kid before.
I'll be the victim.
That's new.
All your life.
yeah, that's an odd call.
Wait, I did have a question for you, Lucien. So, wait, do you sleep?
Not in the conventional way.
So how do you dream? Because isn't that how you? Isn't that the thing with the?
Animals sleep. But minds that have been freed can dream anytime they like. In some ways, I'm dreaming right now.
Is that true for the lot of you?
They all kind of shift all at once, all heads looking towards you in creepy unison.
Somewhat.
Through him.
You know, Lucien, last night you were asking if we had any good stories. And, you know, we were a little exhausted from the day, but sleeping on it and just kind of reflecting on the events that had transpired, I was reminded about one of the first outings that we all went on as a group. You familiar with Inagu? You heard of him?
Can't say that I have.
It's demonic entity. We found ourselves in Allfield, and when we got there, the entire town was under siege by a bunch of gnolls. We were asked to investigate it, dug deeper, and realized these gnolls, these wild, chaotic animals, these creatures, they were formed into an organized cult. Didn't really expect it, underestimated them, to be totally honest. Tracked them down into this cave, and gnolls and a few humans all there, and they were worshipping this manticore. feeding villagers to it. All in the name of this god, this higher gnoll demon being. Well, we quickly killed the manticore. And her cub.
So sad.
Oops.
Yeah, it was actually kind of sad.
It was.
A tough choice, yeah. Just like that, cult was done. Cleared them out. Rescued some villagers.
Would you say you're heroes?
Of Allfield, yes. At least for the day. But, you know, that was a while ago. Time has moved on. A war has happened. I'm sure people have not necessarily forgotten, but...
Tell me this, Beauregard. Is that the only cult you've killed?
Guess it depends on what you define a cult.
Traveler Con.
Traveler Con.
This too.
Yeah.
I would say it is definitely the first cult that we've killed. Who knows if it'll be the last.
Good story. Thank you
Hey.
for sharing. Well, that's the end of my sweet tooth. I think we'll adjourn for the night. Rest well. And he gets it from the table, gathers his coat. The others slowly follow suit and kind of give a nod. Otis goes,
Thank you for the meal.
and someone's like,
Oh, thank you for the meal.
It's very gracious of you. It's lovely dining with you.
If there's anything else you need in the night, there is a red rope pull in your sitting room. The cats will come.
They're great to snuggle up with.
Or not.
No, you can't snuggle with me. No.
appreciative. And the tomb takers make their exit.
Are we all in for the night? Does anyone need to leave this room for anything?
Nope.
Hold on, let me go pee.
Well, that's in here.
Oh, I thought it was out. I feel more comfortable peeing in my own room. Hold on.
Okay.
I think she's going number 2.
Well, go with her.
Okay, and now I came back.
Well, while you're about,
Oh,
you do hear this kind of echoing whistle. And you kind of glance up, and you can just barely make out the shape on the kind of upper areas of the available tower. You see Lucien just kind of on his own, just kind of walking around and just looking.
Hey, Lucien.
Whistling. Yes.
If you really want a fun tour, let me know. I can play a fun trick.
Do tell.
Up. I'll fly it up.
Okay.
Do you want to go? Do you want to see?
See what?
The fun stuff.
Sure.
Do you trust me?
Are you being deceptive in any way?
Nope.
He takes your hand.
I'm going to cast Polymorph on both of us
Okay.
and turn us into cats.
I can show you the world.
Okay.
And then run off and show him the little door so we can run around the tower as cats.
Doesn't that let him into our room?
No, there's a lock on the inside of those doors into the
Okay.
rooms. I'm not Scanlan Shorthalt. There's no sneaking into my guests' chambers. Everyone has complete privacy and they are in control.
Oh, the beard makes it creepier.
I can see you when you're asleep.
Oh my god. Creeper.
No, creepy Santa, no.
Lucien gives chase for a little bit, and then seems to be preoccupied with his own wanderings in cat form for a little bit.
Okay. I run up behind him and try to tell him that it only lasts for an hour, but all I'm doing is meowing.
She's been gone for so long. We need to send out a party.
Yeah. How long do you wander about?
I'll wander around with him for 30 minutes and then...
Jester is gone for 30 minutes, guys.
Maybe she's just taking a shit.
Yeah, that's true.
She does.
I mean, I
take
did say I needed
huge
privacy,
shits.
so yeah.
Nothing but pastries and milk.
Maybe the
Her shits are gigantic.
just fills the chamber pot all in one go. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, no. There's a reputation around the...
Oh.
I think 20 minutes into that, I would have spoken to Frumpkin and put out an APB amongst the cats.
Indeed.
All pussy bulletin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, that's Scanlan's house.
Okay, so...
I'm a blue cat. And when I turned Lucien into a cat, I polymorphed him into a little red cat with little, like, purple and teal swirls.
Okay.
No.
Oddly enough, though not of your implementation, the cat has visibly 9 eyes that are red that glow through the fur across the cat.
Wiggy! Okay, cool.
Neat.
But as he's kind of following you a bit, and then like following your lead to kind of go through all these tunnels, it's interesting. There's a playfulness to it that belies some of the intense conversations that have happened. And then you can see him kind of growing a little more curious to wander on his own as you follow behind, and right then Frumpkin arrives and kind of approaches to go. Looks over at Lucien. And goes and like, it's kind of like trying to lead you back.
I'll look at Lucien. I do a little shruggy shrug.
And he darts off up the tunnels on his own.
I'll follow Frumpkin.
Watching.
Okay.
Oh, that one internet cat that goes.
Yep.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
I'll go with Frumpkin.
okay, so you follow Frumpkin back. When do you turn back into a cat?
Well, I don't know, because if I turn back into me, does that cancel it on?
You can cancel, I'd say for the purposes of this, because you use the object to twin cast it, I'll let you cancel one if you don't wish to cancel the other.
Okay. I'll cancel myself when I get back in the room.
Okay. Jester arrives unharmed.
Through one of the doors, I'll pop on the little tunnel door.
Wow.
Oh.
It was that bad you had to come in through another door, huh?
I was a cat. Lucien's a cat.
That's his secret?
No. No, I turned Lucien into a cat.
Oh, yes. That's foolish of me. Okay.
And everything.
See her like chomped into Geladon's mouth. You could see like it crush into the sides of her body and leg. For a moment, all you can see is one arm and part of a leg, and then as the teeth get pulled apart slightly, you see Bo like pushing out of the mouth, and then managing to pull out of the side, and is like holding on to the side of Geladon's
holding
head
on to
now.
like her nostril.
Just blood all over
and,
her
like,
body,
kicking
but the
it.
blood is now like freezing to her from the sheer cold and proximity of Geladon's mouth.
17
There's like
hit
blood
points
sickles
left.
beginning to drop and freeze off the sides of her arm.
1-7, yeah.
Blood sickle. I haven't used that phrase ever.
Blood sickle.
Blood
I
sickle.
like that. And Geladon's gonna fly 80 feet that way.
Oh, shit.
To escape. Oh no. We need to go on hot pursuit.
You can.
It's okay. Do we want to go on? Or do we? What are we doing?
I mean, dragon going away, very good. Going away with you in its mouth, very bad.
Well, I can.
Lucien's turn. Like Lucien goes, well, that's a good turn of fate. Let him have her. And goes and like puts the swords onto the side and is like considering this a done battle.
No, it is no let her have her.
Then someone go catch her.
I'm gonna start running.
We're still in.
Are we still in turn?
Initiative order?
We're still in initiative order here.
Okay.
Take a breather here for a little bit.
That'd be
No
nice.
small task.
I think so. I think it's important to ask a question, though. Just let her have her? You were just going to let the dragon go off with our friend? Is that the arrangement that we have?
Our arrangement didn't necessarily involve having to save someone.
My goodness. I seem to have been operating under the wrong impression. Fair enough.
What? Don't I let you working towards our demise every night?
What? What are you talking about?
I mean,
Look, we can play and dance and continue this masquerade as long as we want. But we've all got things to hide. I'm just being honest. No offense. I have no reason to like you. You have no reason to like me either.
Yeah,
Right?
it's fair.
So,
Yes, very.
if it meant our survival or yours, I'm just going to make a decision in the moment. I hope you can respect that. Would you have done the same for me?
Guess it would have depended on the circumstance.
I genuinely
It's a little more complicated for us on our end, but
Exactly.
you're right, at least on surface level, we are not friends.
But we survived. A fucking white dragon. I'll have to ask you about that sometime. It's not often they seem to be familiar.
We make friends everywhere we go.
I can tell you are just a bunch of brightening stars in the sky.
Do we need to take a moment to collect ourselves before we
I would love to.
start our day?
I would love to.
Well, we have been going for 4 hours, so it's already started.
You're a late riser. So we taking a moment?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes, please.
All right.
If we have to, can we take the thing we have and put it somewhere where it really can't be gotten to anytime soon on a, just like a little,
I can send a thing on its way.
if we have to, pretty quickly.
Yeah, yeah. If you want to give me either my amber back or the bag with the amber in it, I could very quickly.
At any moment,
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, I'll give him his hand
You look down and your bag of holding is missing.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Otis.
I'm sorry?
Otis.
When he was behind you?
Motherfucker.
Let's
Motherfucker.
Are they still in the
Killed.
tower?
I should have killed that little
They are, so
fucker.
we can send some
go.
cats
We
to
need-
take it back.
we-
Knock on their door.
They might be
Let's
at
go.
the
Kill
tower.
them. Get the cat to steal it.
Get the cat still back.
Frumpkin's mission. Frumpkin's mission impossible.
It might not even be in the tower.
They might be gone. Oh my god.
Let's go to their rooms. Wait, no.
Oh my god.
Have the cats go look.
Yeah. We don't want another fucking Vesta Rockness situation.
Bring the rope.
Toto. Sprocket.
Mittens.
Don't get Mittens. Mittens is slow as fuck.
I'm running out of the room
Mittens is a
and shouting
colorless
down and
beer.
going straight down to the bottom just in case they left and heading out the door of the.
Please.
Make a perception check.
22.
Shit. You open the door and you look outside, and there is snowfall. Not enough to wipe out the fresher series of footprints that are leading away from the door of the cellar.
Bitch.
They mighty nined us.
They stole our idea.
We could go. We just go after them
I
right now.
shoot 3 Eldritch Blasts into the bottom of the tower because nobody will be able to hear me anyway. I'm like, just setting off explosions.
You hear this kind
We
of
rush
heavy
upstairs.
impact sounds. You all rush down and see Ford at the base of the tower looking really frustrated.
Footprints!
So
That's it. They're
They
gone.
can't have been gone long, right? We've been in the room for 15 minutes.
How long has it been?
I'll go check in the room that they were in.
All right, so you go run in the room they were in. You rush in there and glance; it's empty.
Fucking bitches!
Just take that after.
I hope someone can talk real pretty.
Lucian is up
After you
first.
punched 3 of them.
Lucian's up first.
Goo, 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 goo.
Lucian,
Fix this.
with that glare, think a 30 hits you. Make a Constitution saving throw for me.
30.
Shit. This is probably gonna be really bad. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 10 total.
As you all swoop around and gather, those who are nearby and can see, you watch as Lucien, after grinning with the glare, reaches out and grabs Beauregard by the throat and lifts her an inch or two off the ground.
Oh boy.
You watch as blood begins to pour from her eyes, her mouth, her ears, her nose. Your brain is filled with a searing pain you have never experienced in your life.
Oh boy. That's not good. That's like an insta-death thing or something.
It's not great.
Better not be. I'll kill him.
Oh man. That would be weirdly poetic.
Kill your friend for your friend.
A lot of adding. Still more.
You take 69 points of psychic damage.
Nice.
Nice.
What is it again?
69 points of
69.
psychic damage.
And he kind of just holding you there goes, "Is this really how you want this to go?" And just holds her up there. Your vision is just white searing pain right now at the moment. The other hand, he pulls the sword out and runs kind of the back of it across his stomach, where the cloak is now open, the heavy fur exposing kind of his midsection and the loose, low-cut shirt. And as it runs the blood, you can see the blade begin to shimmer with that same kind of weird, glowing, almost iridescent coloration. That's going to end his turn as he begins to step back a bit, pulling you with him this direction, kind of walking. He's going to walk up to you with your hands out and be like, "It's just business, friend. My apologies. But you didn't have to follow."
Oh no.
He puts his hand out towards you.
Taliesin gets killed by his own character.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he's gonna look at Caleb, right?
All right.
He failed to save on it.
Yeah, he failed to save, so he believes it.
He does. I'm gonna roll to see which one he's most worried about. I mean, you guys are all clustered there.
Caleb's doing this.
Yeah, he's doing Naruto shit. He's doing Naruto moves.
Popping locker with the fingers.
There's fire. The fire's starting in his hands. It looks bad.
Not fire.
No, not
like
fire. Plasma. Plasma. I
lightning.
don't know what that is. He's doing it though. It's crazy.
1 to 10.
Fuck, man.
He focuses on him.
Ill.
11 to 20. He focuses that way.
Ugh.
I can't see it. No one
We
can
can't
see it.
No one can. Turn the camera. Turn the PTZ.
It's an 8. Oh god! Did you see that on the camera?
Yeah. We saw it. We saw it.
Oh god.
Oh god.
You see him kind of still standing there, not changing in the direction that he's facing, but suddenly this Caleb vanishes.
Oh, okay. That didn't go like I wanted it to.
Well, he is magic.
Yeah.
Magic Caleb.
Well, we'll note that this is an actual illusion. This is something he sees in his head, technically, right?
Yeah.
So no, actually, he still continues to focus over in that way as the spell continues to go. It wasn't an illusion you placed. It's in his mind. It maintains, at least until he gets to try for his save.
Go cry.
So he's going to go ahead and move up. And Spacey goes, "Claim the rest. The wizard's mine." He's going to step forward.
Yes, go get him.
Blades out, and
Claim
it's just
the
going to go
rest.
into a full, like whirlwind, like dervish strike force against this casting Caleb. Everything seems to go through him. No reaction, no effect. The jig is up from this point, but he's unhappy about that.
My baby.
Top of this round, Lucian's going to go ahead and move forward.
Good boy.
And as
my
everyone's
son.
kind of vanishing into the darkness, you can see him kind of walk forward, looking over at the dragon, kind of shakes his head. He goes, Sometimes you're all a serious piece of shit, you know that? And as he glances over, you watch as the dragon vanishes. However, at this point, they're kind of starting to back off, and you get the sense right now that you've just barely scraped by. As you all go charging into the darkness and shadow of the freezing snow and cold, exhausted, shaken, and uncertain if they're going to continue pursuit once they've rallied. You can hear shouting not far from you echoing across and cutting through the sound of wind and snow, kind of blasting into your face as you go. You hear the familiar voice go, "Run all you like! We'll be right behind you."
Drop me.
Gotta go.
You walk for a bit. There are a number of patches within the grove that are comfortable. Soft, long grasses, even some mud patches, especially around the grove's watering hole.
Anything get feeling connective? I find a good spot.
Okay.
This mud patch, does this feel good? Just kind of like grassy knoll.
If it's a mud patch, it's probably actually somewhere where someone was interred. So I'm going to just look at the stone. I didn't say that to you. I'm going to look at the stone and see if perhaps this was a worshiper of Ioun or anything like that. Or
You know this area pretty well, and you know specifically there are a handful of individuals that were interred here as followers of Ioun, and it's easy for you to steer her towards one that has some solid ground.
try this.
This grassy knoll?
If it feels good.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. This isn't normally my jam. I'm gonna see what happens.
I'm backing up.
Okay.
See ya.
Bye, Bo.
I'm going to sit down. I'm going to kind of stare at this symbol of Ioun that is carved into this grave marker and just to lose myself in the intricate carvings and how deep the recesses seem to go in all of these carved marks and the illusion of if it's recessed or if it is carved and it is protruding outwards, and try and meditate and see if I can get some sort of like connection to somebody who might give me some sort of an answer or an advantage on what I can do with these eyes that are on my body.
Okay. Go ahead and roll d20 for me and add your wisdom modifier.
The Wild Mother assists.
Just my wisdom modifier.
Correct.
Lucky Jade.
It's gonna be that gopher sitting on a fence.
Did you do it?
That's the 20
I picked it up really fast because it went out, but it's a 20.
Whoa.
That's the 20 face. I know the 20 face.
Can I keep it?
Because you were picking it up to re-roll it.
Zigga zig.
It still bounced out. Should I keep that one? It's good.
What is it?
It's a 7. With my wisdom modifier, which is +4, so 11.
11.
But the first one was a 20.
It was. I'm just
I know.
Just going by the intent of re-rolling.
Never touch.
As you stare into the symbol of Ioun before you and focus and concentrate and trying to extend your consciousness in the way that you hear other people do to gods and deities and powers for guidance, for information. And you look into this symbol of Ioun, a symbol you've seen a lot of your adult life, the familiar symbol of 3 eyes. And you just kind of focus on that top one. You focus. And the sound of the rain gets quieter and quieter. The cold begins to turn to numbness. The sense of location, of self, begins to drift and disseminate. like diffused liquid in water. And all you can see is that top eye. You blink, and it's red. And a voice goes, "Well, if this isn't unexpected. Looks like the children are all growing up. Well, what do you want? You're the one who reached out to me." You hear Lucien's voice.
Just looking at the side of her head.
Do you have like a manager that I can speak to? I wasn't trying to contact you.
Well, too bad. You found me.
Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna be at this party, or else I wouldn't have come.
Scheiße.
You don't have to be rude about it.
What are you guys up to, I guess?
Is this out loud or is it in her head? Come on. I gotta know.
I've copped to it being Lucien 2 sentences ago.
From your guys' perspective, she is just staring at the symbol.
Oh, she's not talking out loud?
She's not talking out loud. She is not, at least she's not physically speaking these things. Well, your sudden, we'll say, follow-up on our excursion left us a bit in a lurch, so we had to double time it. But we're keeping a schedule. How about you?
Oh, you know, stretching our legs, seeing the sights, taking the scenic route, you know, just having a grand old time.
Great, great.
Yeah.
Well.
Yes.
The silence pauses for a moment, and you can see quite a bit with 2 eyes. Imagine what you can see with 3, and you focus on the symbol of Ayun with the 3 eyes, and all 3 eyes are glowing red.
Can I cut it away?
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh!
Here's where I want that natural 20. It's another fucking 7. 11.
You can't break away.
Oh no!
Oh wait, a saving throw?
Saving throw, yeah.
A saving throw. That is different because my wisdom is +9.
Damn.
And I can
Wisdom
also
is +9?
Mine is
she's
a
a
+10
library
on my
monk.
saving throws.
and I can spend a key point to reroll saving throws. Can I do that right now?
That's a monk thing?
Diamond Soul.
Monk thing.
Oh, right. Right,
You can
monks?
reroll what? You can reroll what?
Broken
Saving
ass
throws.
monks.
Monks,
You
yo.
can reroll saving throws?
If I spend a key point.
Of course you can.
How
Yeah.
many key points do you have now? How many key points do you have now?
14.
So
One per
basically,
level.
monks just get endless luck. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Monks
Yeah.
just get luck.
Can I do it?
Well, she can do it once for a saving throw with a key point if she has one left over. You can do it.
It's better. Yeah. 27. Nope,
Whoa.
sorry, 25.
Whoa.
25.
25. As you try and pull away and you feel something holding you there. Like, you can't see anything. All you see is the red eyes, and you can feel him, like, kind of like speaking into your mind. And as soon as you try and pull away, it's like someone's grabbing your head and holding it in place. And as you feel the tension there, you break away, and all at once, the rain is around you again. That cold sensation rushes back to you, and you're in kind of in the low-lit exterior of the grove once more. You both watch as Beauregard suddenly just goes off to the side. You're now into your 5th hour of Frumpkin, concentrating, and you're tired, and it's a lot of monotonous staring into a still, dark room with no light source, of a cat that cannot really see well in this space. I would like you to make a concentration or Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Constitution saving throw. And I'm about to do that. I'm not relying on Frumpkin really to see or hear well. If my vision goes, I know that those charges have gone off.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, Constitution save, you said?
Yes, please.
10.
Oh, well, 10. Okay. In the long time, in the stillness, in the quiet, you're trying to resist nodding off, and you do so. 10 was the DC. There's a flash above.
She doesn't see me fall asleep?
No, he said you didn't
fall asleep.
Oh, I thought
You saved.
No, you didn't. You saved. 10 was the DC. You succeeded. Frumpkin suddenly glances up. You see the 3 little lights. And then you lose connection with Frumpkin.
It's happening.
Now let me make some rolls here on my own.
We're frozen in time, but that means that
We all
you guys
got
are
a
getting
short
shot out the
rest
side of
piece
a stone wall.
right?
Huh?
You got a short rest. Yeah.
Got a short rest.
Well,
Not a full rest.
got a
Taking
short
my
rest.
short rest.
I rolled to see how close they were, and they were a lot closer. Sorry.
I have a question. So if we've already done one short rest and I used all my hit dice,
Then you can't.
Can't use
we
them
can't
again.
reuse them, right? If we
Correct.
do another short rest? Okay.
Until you take a long rest, yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Now, DC is 18
On.
on your symbol.
Yeah, 18.
Okay.
Does the Hero's Feast bring you back up to full hit points? I don't think it does.
I don't believe so.
But you gain the hit points. That the temporary hit. So you gain 2 hit points.
Yeah, we're fine now.
We got this.
You see now those. Sorry, I'm going to do some interesting behind-the-scenes rolls here. Be patient. I apologize.
It's on.
Let's play till 4 a.m.
Yeah.
It's on.
I woke up now. Ready.
Are you laughing at your rolls?
It's a good laugh or it's a bad laugh?
You'll find out.
He's mad cackling.
This shit got really interesting. Okay.
The bones tell me nothing. As long as Otis is dead, doesn't matter.
He's a real big bad.
The Intuit charges do how much damage?
10d10.
That's great.
So that's 30 d10 that just happened.
Of psychic.
Psychic.
So we hope that works.
That does nothing to Lucien.
Yeah.
Just trying to thin out his posse.
That's an average of 150 hit points of damage to anyone who is not invulnerable to psychic.
Even if they're,
And that's not counting if they fall.
Yeah,
like,
so they could take fall damage too.
Even if they're resistant to it, that's still
So-
25 points.
If I could have Beauregard and Caleb roll 10d10 for me.
Oh,
For
we're
each of the
rolling.
Intuit charges that you set.
Okay,
Okay.
10d10. Okay.
All these sixes. Those are all these sixes.
Oh, thank you. I'm just terrified. I'm just terrified.
Throw you one.
I've got plenty.
No.
Sam.
Where's my...
This is why you have giant hordes like I do.
Underneath that weird
You never
I
have.
have one
Is it a
d10.
d10? No. Good. I just wanted to
Could
need
roll
5.
that 10 down.
Obviously, my giant hordes do nothing though for my
Eight.
Oh,
quality.
okay. Hang on.
Pretty well.
So 20.
I've been using the same set of dice for 3 years?
Maybe campaign 3, I'll just have one set of dice.
That's not true.
You're a liar.
That'd be hard.
You might start over fresh, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, like I'll have new.
55 for me.
Ooh, nice.
25. Okay. Not too bad for me. 66.
High, that's high.
Yeah.
That's really high. You are.
I rolled 3 10s. Yeah.
So, you lost connection to Frumpkin. What happens now?
I count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I release the tower.
All of you who are still unconscious are knocked out of your deep sleep into the somewhat cold interior, the non-comfortable center of this tunnel. For a moment, you're discombobulated as you begin to realize where you are and why. At the start of his turn, shifts
Is her name Amadeus or something? No.
the
Ludwig.
the path that way. So it now encompasses the whole front part of the room, and you can see it. Like you now see that this is a very hopeful endeavor to see where this cone is facing as he shifts the eye into place, and he kind of picks this thing up and goes, "Oh, that's right. Fucks up my plans a bit, but well played. Not gonna lie, well played. Gray, take care of this."
Take care of this.
He's gonna try bounce.
It's now Ford's turn. Finishing your turn, it is now Kree's turn. As well, I guess there's only one thing left to do. Kree goes ahead and picks up her backpack, darts over.
You're gonna try a dimension door.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Takes her cloak, this like kind of deep red furred cloak, wraps it around Lucien, and both of them vanish.
Wait.
Right, as you begin running down the hallway,
Heads and heads.
a voice creeps into both of your heads. I'm not going to lie, that was inspired. Well thought out. More than I expected. You're brave. But
you've also shown to be more of a thorn in my side than I ever gave you credit for. That's not gonna fly. But I'm excited for you to see my handiwork soon enough. You hear this rumbling sound ahead. As the hallway ahead of you begins to shake.
He's collapsing the tunnel. He's collapsing the tunnel. Don't.
Bits of rock and stone are beginning to fall. Do you continue forward or do you head back?
This is this?
This is the, you guys are just now hitting the intersection.
There's no way.
No way what?
Gotta go forward. That's game over if that's shut off. We got nothing else.
Can everyone haul ass?
Oh my god, if we get
We're gonna
trapped
get
in
buried.
here.
We're gonna get buried.
This is
I don't want
Otherwise we
some of
lose.
us to die.
I'm
Some of us are
fast.
fast, some aren't.
You can dimension door?
Yeah.
Nope, because nobody got a full rest.
I've got 1 5th level spell left. That's it. I can dimension door 1 time and then everything's wiped on the
Full rest
highs.
fucked us.
You got any fours?
Nope.
We can't go in there without.
no.
like-
We're. This is what broke us last
You
time.
gotta stop.
We have to regroup. We have to assume this is not something that's going to happen immediately.
We did okay. The
Regroup.
trap technically worked, and
Should we get out of here? Crawl up the rope? I feel like we're gonna get buried in here.
we can try and go down the cinder and cut them off that way.
Like, if we back up a little bit, does the rumbling stop? Like, how far does the ceiling collapse to?
Well, if you stop and, are you not moving forward or you
We're not gonna move forward if the ceiling's like
Okay.
collapsing.
The ceiling around you isn't collapsing,
Yeah.
but the hall above, you're seeing parts.
It's 200 feet of hallway and shit's moving and falling and
I've
we
got
don't
like,
have
well,
spells
it's,
and
it's not the way to die.
200 plus feet. Yeah, that's
And having to climb up the
Yeah,
incline walls.
At the very least, we have to wait for it to stop falling and
About a minute goes by before the shaking stops. Localized around the hall before you. Some sort of magical quake.
Yeah.
As it subsides and the dust begins to settle, the hallway is not entirely collapsed, but there is definitely a lot of fallen debris in the way that will probably have to be cleared before there's any chance of moving forward, and you're not certain how much of it has fallen in, not without a proper inspection. But as that dust begins to settle a bit and you all take a deep breath, the voice comes back once more.
This asshole.
Just putting a bit of space between us, you understand. I've got important work to do. But please, come along. Hate for no one to see the product of our hard work. And as you stand there in the middle of the hall, taking in this partial victory, partial loss, in the quiet silence and darkness of Aor. So, with that, you feel Ardy's kind of ethereal fey hands reach out and touch your temples. And as you close your eyes, you feel like you're being lifted almost out of your own body for a moment. There's that sense of butterflies and this drifting, and you hear splashing of water. It's odd. You've seen no water here. You see flashes of dots of green light in darkness. Familiar, based on previous travel through the ward. And you're suddenly brought to a small blue orb. I say small, it's about this big. It is one of the threshold crests that is currently set on the ground. And you see some bags, and you see sitting on two sides of the threshold crest on the ground, Kree, and just at the periphery, what you assume to be Lucien. They're both drinking water, and there's just kind of a bit of quiet. Make a perception check.
$18.
Okay. Glancing at the fringes, the fuzzy blurred edges of the scry radius, you can definitely make out the form of Lucien. They're both in the process of pulling out bandages and wrapping themselves up to a degree before Lucien begins sharpening the edge of one of the blades that he carries.
Kree's blade.
So considerate.
They're a team.
Before Kree goes, well, we have to be close, yes? Everything we've given, we have to be close. There's another pause before Lucien goes, don't worry, we're getting there. I can feel it. But they're close now, too. The wee babes, lost without their king. Endless hunger. Limitless potential. Without focus. Divided among thousands of mewling, fragmented minds. Phenomenon saw this in them. And will be reborn greater. I am their savior as they were mine. And I will save them from their pain. From their wasteful existence. And you're to join me there. In their memory. Kree goes, aye. In their memory. And she takes a bite of something. And they're just kind of quiet. Kree looks beat up.
What about Lucien?
You can't make out too much the details around him. But he, at one point early on, you did see him finish bandaging himself. Around like a forearm. Before he went to start sharpening his blade. So they're taking a little bit of a beating.
They're around water?
You heard water.
Okay.
You don't know what that means.
And what can I see around them? Anything?
Best you can tell, it's interesting. They're not sitting on cobblestone. They're not sitting on rough floor or tile. They're not sitting in city rubble. They're sitting in smooth marble floor. With a faint, dull, kind of yellowish orange hue to the space around them. It reminds you a little bit, in some ways, of the atmosphere of the laboratory, shortly after you had fought that terrible, baby-like abomination. It feels industrious, professional, strangely clean against the surface rubble that you've been wallowing through since your arrival.
Okay.
Before the spell ends, you hear Lucien go, I'm sure there's certain little joyful gifts to find around here. These people were quite creative in their magical pursuits. Maybe we'll find something that can patch us up right quicker. Let's get some shut-eye. Well, you. I'll keep an eye out. He leans a little further out of the blurry range as Kree takes a moment and takes a final bite of some sort of dry tack before curling into a little cat ball on the floor. And you're pulled out of your scry. All of you eventually find as comfortable a crowded space as the dome always provides. Finally, exhausted, muscles sore, still processing the events of the past day or two. Who knows how long it's been. It's lightless down here. You have, aside from Caleb, little sense of passage of time at fucking feet. Where does that threshold of consciousness begins to
fade into the realm of dream. Bo and Caleb.
Fucking.
Just waiting for it.
Saddle up.
In the darkness, you just hear a voice. Your friends are peeking.
They knew.
You are wily bastards. Continuing to stick my sides like a thorn in my drawers. Clever, but well, not enough. I have to respect it. I'm not here to kill you. Yet. I'm here to open a door. To take my reign. Long may it be. You're welcome to watch. If you can keep up. There's so much beyond this door. So much. So much. So much. The screams begin to fill the space of your dream until it is just the sound of incessant static.
Same.
As you're having this discussion, Caleb,
Son of a bitch.
Beauregard,
Son of a bitch.
Uh-oh.
He knows we're here.
a voice creeps into your minds.
Yeah.
I was wondering when I'd sense your closure. Well, don't be shy. Let's have a conversation. I've made some precautions, but I think it's worth a talk. Right? That's all you hear. Beauregard, you begin to walk in, and you see the mist still kind of gathered across the surface of the water throughout as you with the sound of all the people behind kind of marching your way through the water. At which point, you see the two figures at the top, the sparking, kind of glowing, and kind of occasionally flashing line of energy in the center of this large metallic empty ring. And as you begin to step in Beauregard, one of the figures turns around, and though you cannot see the face so much, the light source in here is very faint, other than kind of the faint glow from the ring kind of behind them that's giving them this backlit appearance, and just the front of shadow. You can tell from the outline that it's Lucien. Also because while you just see shadow in the front, you see a number of red eyes that seem to be glowing from within the shadow across what parts of him are visible.
As she's taking that in your brain, you hear, "We believe in you."
You step in, and with Lucien turned around, he goes, I think that's fair enough. For I have my thoughts on turnabout, should you take another step.
I stop.
May have to just twiddle a finger. I know how you figure these little scramblers work, seeing as how you murdered most of our crew with them, so you know that if I think so much as a greener color shade, we all go. And you bleed from every memory.
Color shade.
Are we inside the threshold, or is Bo inside?
Beauregard has stepped into the threshold and seems to have stopped. The rest of you are like right on the inside of the tunnel. What are you doing?
What can I see quickly? Can I see any more of those glowing teal?
Make a perception check.
With my quick glance around the room. Come on, don't fail me now.
With true sight.
17.
17. Looking about right now, all you can see from your perspective are the two charges immediately to your right and left, kind of raised above the water surface, and the deep blue glow coming from the central kind of flickering portal sliver, and the lights glowing from above in the far walls. That's all you can see.
I just kind of think towards Caleb's direction. He's ready to kill us. Stand down.
Can't he hear that?
Probably.
Probably.
I stand up at that, knowing that he probably can hear.
Okay.
Caleb stands up.
I look over.
You
I'm
remain.
gonna stay down. Just-
Make a stealth check, Jester.
That's pretty good. 21.
Okay.
Sorry we're late.
I would say you were quite quick in some ways. I'm impressed.
How long have you been here setting up the party by yourself?
See, Kree kind of grumbles over the shoulder, kind of. Not terribly long. Maybe about better part of an hour.
Oh yeah, we actually did make pretty good time.
But we had to set up some precautions since you tend to follow and nip at our heels, and well, taught us a few tricks along the way.
Isn't this the part where you kick back and tell us all your clever plans?
Sure. Step in a bit.
I take a step in and look around for more of the things.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Okay. From your perspective at the entrance of the chamber, right now you can only see the two to your right and left.
Is he bluffing?
Possible to say. I think.
I take another step in as well,
Everyone else?
slowly.
I'm gonna
Filter in a bit?
cast a quick spell on myself before I come in, and then I'm gonna come in.
What spell do you cast?
Death Ward.
Okay. Death Ward is on you.
They do. They're above the water surface.
Right, so they can't be under.
Yeah, they're above on the platform right now, which is about the full climb of it's maybe 4.5, 5 feet up, so it's about a foot out of the water.
Oh no, I meant the Intuit charges. They float far enough off the ground to be above the water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Do we see the threshold stones that they need for this to work?
With your perception check, you see on the platform, right by where the ring is, there are the two satchels. The same like heavy ones that are right there. At this point, as you guys have taken a couple steps in, Lucien puts a hand up for you to like halt and kind of lets the rest of you filter in a little bit, right within just the beginning of that alcove.
I don't like this.
I have not been a poor host. I lent you my personal reading. In taking what I was owed, I borrowed a few things, with intent to return them. Though some of these pretties intrigue me, as he kind of runs his hands across each other, and then apparating from his hand, you see a small, glowing yellow orb that he begins to spin through his fingers.
Oh,
Bowie style. And then it vanishes. The familiar cloven crystal, somewhere in his grasp. We defended ourselves from the assailed. And even then, I invited you to come see what we've been working on. Letting bygones be what they are. And still, you treat us with such animosity. Shame. Manners are important, and the last thing to go when an age runs dry. I do still very much want to show you what I've been working on, but I feel like you've shown me how hard it can be to trust. So I need you to earn it. Kree at this point, she goes, why don't we just kill them, Lucien? Stop the games. Lucien kind of puts a hand up. Shh. Still looking over in your direction, because try as I might, a part of me still likes them.
I just in my head look at Lucien and I say, you should listen to the woman. Not audibly.
As he kind of looks towards you with a smile, there's a part of him that kind of like twitches for a moment, and he kind of...
Ooh, he didn't like it.
Yeah, what was that?
Also, I should say my Pass Without a Trace was still up because it lasts for an hour from the last time I cast it.
Mm-hmm.
So my stealth roll would have been 31.
Ooh. Okay. Good to know.
You're still just...
I'm just under the water. I just don't want to come up.
Well, tell us more, circus man.
The twitch kicks in again, and he's like, he looks confused for a minute, and then for a brief moment, there's like a a hollow confusion.
What is... Why? Why?
Molly?
Insight check? Insight check!
Make an insight check.
We play Dungeons and Dragons.
Sure.
Okay. 24.
30.
Not as good as him.
Well, bless you. Go ahead.
Something about the words rang something
Something about the words?
that Caleb used rang something in him that even he doesn't quite understand. With the 30, you get that.
It's not it's the message, not the delivery system, is what I... If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Circus man?
With a 30.
Yeah?
Long ago, there was a group of people who had an idea to get away from oppressive minds and pursue their dreams. And when destruction came not of their making, they were ready. Or so they thought. As they shunted their people across the plains to safety in the astral plane where they knew they could make their dreams a reality. Unfortunately, what they didn't account for was this terrible psychic storm that awaited them. That racked every mind and spirit and shattered them until they became one with their own city. Death would have been a sweet mercy. But instead, thousands of people in the Somnavan that guided them were broken and over time slowly reformed. Powerful. The instinct of their dreams driving them in a place where they could will their dreams to be, where their will not so fragmented. They needed help, but it was hard to push through the hunger. For now the city was alive, and things that live need to eat. I was lucky to be a mind free, one to speak to it. And there's so much that they could do, but they just lack that guidance. It's a waste of potential. But I think I can show them. And maybe if you decide to be more friend than foe, when all is done, I can make your dreams come true as well. Glances over towards Cree, and Cree kind of gives a nod. Well, like I said, you've got to earn your path. Show me that you really have what it takes, beyond being a thorn in my drawers. Cree, you see, like, adjusting something on the contraption.
I watch every click that she makes. Just take note.
She reaches over, and you can see she's holding this rod in one hand, and there is a separate rod in the device.
Okay.
And she looks back and gives a nod to Lucien. Reaches over towards this lever to his side and just shifts it ever so slightly upward, like an inch. As it does, you watch the thin sliver in the ring widen just a bit, like a tear in space, as the slight trickle of a waterfall becomes a brief torrent. Water begins to pour into the chamber, foaming as Lucien and Cree kind of step to the side. For a moment, you feel the waves rush past as it splooshes in, and then he lowers it entirely, returning to that thin sliver once more. This door can go many places. As Cree switches out the rod with the other that was in her hand.
Assuming you want us to go on a little field trip?
Well, I'm certainly going on one. I guess it's a shame to work so hard and, I don't know,
not have anyone who really understands it who's right there to see it. But I've seen potential in at least a couple of you. You're already walking the right path.
And you plan to go and stay there, or bring something back and make this world better than how you found it?
Yes.
And you want us to be an audience?
Well, I'd love an audience, but I'd like for you all to earn your ticket. Come join the show.
Maybe you should take your bodyguard.
The water that poured out of the lip begins to undulate and begin to gather, like something had spilled through the sliver of a doorway. At which point Lucien goes, the other side perhaps, takes a bow. And as he stands up from the bow, he pulls the lever up with him. And that thin line tears open to an entire portal to fill the central ring. And where once you saw glimpses of this endless, watery, oceanic expanse, now you see a starscape filled with waves of purple and gossamer, silk-like silver.
I
And in the center of it,
kick Jester underneath the water really quick while this is happening.
in the center of this space, you see a city. Hundreds of beautiful towers rising up with arches and bridges that connect, streets that wind through. Of all the tales you've heard of the Age of Arcanum, this meets or exceeds those expectations, and it's familiar because you've seen this city before, in flashes. And as you focus, you watch as one of the towers twitches, and another, an eye opens up before shutting across the stonework. Well, I think it's time you pay the ticket taker. And both of them turn, grab the satchels,
Are we letting him go or are we running?
and run through the portal.
What?
I don't know. Are we trying to
They're
stop them?
leaving.
No.
No, we're following.
You watch as they both leap and just begin to drift. And then at once, Lucien puts his arms at his side and spins around, looking back at you. His now longer purple hair drifting, waves, and then
I don't
rockets off.
Yeah.
D&D Beyond just doing
Jobs gave us.
I believe that's 39 is the total.
39 points of slashing damage, which, thanks to Caduceus, becomes instead 78 points of slashing damage.
When did you get that trick?
I've had that trick
He's used
all
it,
along.
He's used it a number of times, yeah.
It's just, yeah, I can.
It's situational.
Every
for
now
setting
and
it
then
up,
I
yeah.
can double the damage on
As she
something.
started to try to disappear, I want to step on her cloak, yank her back, and
So you yank her back and pull her onto your sword?
yeah.
All right. As she goes to try and run and bolt, you just yank her back and pull her all the way to the hilt. The blade is now sticking fully through Kree's chest. Just coughs this big spatter of blood. You can feel the body going limp against the blade as it goes, Lucien. You both hear in your mind, you've done well, but I need you to hold them off a little longer. I'm not done. I'm not ready yet. Become a vessel for the pattern and show them the way. In the darkness of this chamber, there's suddenly a dull red glow in your proximity as the 5 eyes that mark Kree's body begin to glow simultaneously. Yasha, as you're kind of holding there, you look and you feel Kree's body begin to shake. Just shake violently, and you have...
Fuck.
Do you want to pull your blade free?
I'm gonna just, with the bottom of my boot, push her off my blade.
Okay. You go ahead and shunt the body off of the blade. It falls to the ground, and with a limpness that a corpse would, and the life has been drawn out, but when the body impacts, there's tension in the muscles, and you can see now Kree just shaking, convulsing, the eyes getting brighter and brighter, until suddenly the back of her shoulders split. bone and flesh begins to spit out and grow. This horrible, mangled version of what once was Kree is now this ever-swelling monstrosity of flesh, teeth, and eyes. What? You watch as parts of the ground begin to expand and seem to almost be feeding to the body as it gets larger and larger.
Part of the plan, not part of the plan, not part of the plan.
Oh no.
It's so tiny!
You!
Still hexed.
Okay!
And it can't tell a lie.
Echoing from elsewhere in the chamber. Well, I'm glad you came. The invitation was there. And you've all proven exactly as useful as I hoped. The colors shift, and you see the central column begins to warp slightly. And on the opposite side of where you're standing, near one of the other aortic tunnels that ventures past there, you see Lucien standing next to an empty sack and a cluster of 9 or 10 glowing into charges, all pooled into one pulsing pile. I needed them distracted. Keep their eyes off me for a bit.
Oh no.
So I thank you for that. The Samnavan voice begins to echo through all of your minds like a storm of lightning. Stop him. Stop him. And Lucien goes, enough of that! You all know very well what this is. I'm glad we've all synchronized our schedules through all this chaos. It's perfect. These people, the city, tragic in its fall, yes, but glorious in its discoveries. Some of it studied, prepared enough to harness their terrible fate. And in doing so, and he snaps his fingers and you watch as the flesh around him forms a chair behind him. A throne, if you will. And he leans into it. They were reborn greater than they could have ever anticipated. Isn't that right? Power of 1,000 minds, dreams, imaginations, and wills made one. Founded in the ether of manifestation. A miracle unstoppable. Yet rudderless, fractured, wild, jealous, impotent. The colors flicker intensely, and you can see elements of psychic energy trying to begin to spark out of the center column upward, but it's also holding back. You recognize the stalemate between the two sides. I once saw them as gods, being so far beyond my ability to understand, and they chose me to be their herald. But when I died, when I scattered, and they put me back together, I was given a view behind the curtain. And I saw the fallacy I had given everything for. Genius souls, now mewling toddlers, bickering over the power of creation. Someone needed to be the parent. When children have been acting out, well, making a mess of their potential, For this long, even. A responsible caretaker must show discipline. Enact punishment. And take the reins with force. So, I invite you to stay for the show. But I think you'd prefer to run. And he leans back and puts his hand on the devices as they begin to blink faster and faster.
We gotta go.
Go.
How far away is he?
Yeah.
He's about 120, 130 feet from you on the other side of this chamber.
I'm gonna
How many feet?
120.
say run, and I'm gonna cast Earthquake right under him.
Cast Earthquake right under him?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Intellect Fortress on myself and start running.
Okay. So Jester and Vet start running back through the tunnel you guys came from.
I'm gonna haul ass.
I'm gonna-
There's nothing I can
I'm
do.
gonna run that way and say, everyone with me, and I'm gonna cast, fuck it. I'm casting, where did it go? Why won't you, hold on, I'm just doing that thing where it, anti-magic field.
Okay. You all begin to run. Everyone else following suit?
Yeah.
Yep.
Running back to the tunnel where you came from. The ground beginning to crack, the elements that are stone and the parts that are flesh begin to shake and roil. You watch as the tethers above that attach to this central part, the aether crux itself, begin to like cables being snapped. Parts are beginning to fall. Elements of the ceiling begin to crash down like it's trying to physically attack with the full flesh of Cognosa itself upon Lucien, who begins laughing and laughing. Just as you all run and run and run. A series of flashes behind you. And you feel, especially you who's connected to this city, you feel the flex and the scream and the tensing of the entirety of Cognosa at once. As its nerve center, the somnovum that brought it together, are bombarded. And as you all fall to the ground, breathing deeply in the ensuing silence, it's just quiet. No laughter. No sound. It is shadow and darkness. Those of you with the dark vision, if you would like to go ahead and make a perception check. Sure. Disadvantage because you are quite a ways away.
Damn it, that was
Why? Why disadvantage? It was so
Because of our
good.
eyeballs.
two
Those
natural 20s.
No shit!
Wowzers.
Well,
Wow!
could have
What?
saved that for later. Wow.
A dirty 20 for
Look
me.
at those.
Dirty 20. Nice. Okay.
Nothing.
Alrighty.
17.
Jester and Ford kind of picking yourselves up a bit and glancing down, you can see where the tunnel curves upward towards the chamber, elements of the stone structures that were beginning to strangely present themselves out of the flesh walls of the entrance have fallen inward, and you can see bits of dust kind of dissipating from within. You hear shifting, and kind of listening and glancing down below, you take a few steps and look beyond, and you see that similar glow of the Somnovum's arrival, but it is spastic and continuously flashing, heavily wounded. And looking within the chamber itself, the chamber is shredded in many places from what you have accomplished. You also hear, because you rolled so high, Ford specifically, you hear Lucien's voice. Just go, oh, unexpected, but still, you need a little time to heal. I've always wanted to be a butterfly anyway. Come, and you see the shapes that have been torn from the central portion of the chamber begin to lift out of sight, almost like they're being carried by invisible arms deeper within the chamber.
Away from us.
From where you ran from.
Yeah.
I know I don't see it, but you're describing the orbs that were pulsing and communicating with us.
Correct.
How big are
kinda
those?
connected.
About?
The basketball?
Each one of those was about 4 or 5 feet in diameter.
Like this.
Oh, they were big.
Human eggs.
Yeah, they were rather large, and there were 9 of them all clustered within the center of this massive kind of sinewy column that marked the center of this aorta-like chamber.
Using telekinesis on this shit?
We're just willing it into existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as you emerge, kind of gliding up a bit, surrounded by the buildings and the towers, you notice that all of the structures of the city are all leaning inward towards where you are. They're all slightly bent and twisting in this direction. And you see the same pulses traveling, and you glance over to where the faint ring of subdermal red-like energy travels to, and there is this luminescent dome of film. This thin skin-like egg sac almost. This cocoon that is pulsing with glowing bright light that is just getting brighter and brighter. In that moment, the pulses stop.
Oh no.
Mothra is ready.
You watch as the top peels away, and a faintly luminous lavender glow begins to emanate from within. Gliding from inside, you see a humanoid shape. Muscular, nearly clothless, purple of skin, long dark purple hair wildly drifting in space. The red eye tattoos that once adorned Lucien's body are gone. Instead, you see 9 thick stalks that protrude from the back, each ending in a red eye, drifting behind as he lifts up like a newly born entity into the sky with a deep inhale. And just continues up above the towers.
Did he just make himself a god?
I think he gave form to the abilities that he had.
No time like the present.
The orbs, the glowy some novum, they're gone. They're
Anywhere to be seen?
If you want to make a perception check and go inspect the cavity.
Yeah.
go
Oh, did
stare into the cavity. 17.
16.
17.
Nowhere to be seen.
But where they're at the end of those stalks.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any people around? Is there anyone? We're on the surface, right?
You are. You look around, and while there's nobody immediately in the vicinity, looking beyond this small kind of marketplace opening in the street, you see people standing at every street, still, perfectly still, all looking up towards where Lucien now hovers above the city.
How are we gonna fight him? Oh god.
One hit at a time.
How far away is the closest person?
Maybe about 200 feet from you.
In the rest of the city, you said the buildings were leaning in. Does the fleshy bits, do they look like they're losing life?
Make a perception check.
14.
14. It does not appear that's the case. And interestingly enough, now that he's emerged, a lot of the towers are relaxing back into their previous, somewhat straight positioning.
He wrapped himself in the city like a chrysalis.
We should talk to someone, see if we can make contact with anybody.
What
You're
is...
certain, make contact and talk all you like. You all hear drifting through your minds, omnipresent, the voice of Lucien, now mingling with layers and layers of soft other voices behind meeting the words simultaneously. Come. It's far prettier from up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go too.
Yeah.
Up.
Let's go.
I'm gonna cast Intellect Fortress again on myself.
Okay.
Lamb?
Essek kind of glances over and just gives you a look, Caleb, and a nervous nod, and drifts up to follow as you all begin to rise up into the skyline above. Approaching, you see Lucien just kind of not looking at anyone in particular, but looking past and outward as the stalks kind of shift and take in each of you at moments before drifting elsewhere. We welcome you. I welcome you. This is incredible. I'd always wondered, but this is something.
What's it like?
And for a brief moment, your minds fill with a flash of 1,000 worlds, endless possibility, colors that shouldn't be conceived by a mortal mind, all of time condensed to a moment, and briefly, you feel your brain twitch and flex before you have to break out of it, the overload of information and sensation. And as you all pull out of it, most of your noses begin to bleed. I wish I could share it, but there's... Well, you'd need to be with us. You have to be with the pattern.
You've left us alive. You've said you wanted an audience. We're here now. Doesn't seem like many more are. What was it all for?
I left you alive. And he seems to, like, linger confused on that phrase. Why did I leave you alive?
You have to have somebody witness, right? If there's no one to watch an ascension.
Molly?
Molly Muck. Tea leaf.
Something twitches inside Lucien as the head that previously was kind of looking through you, for once, the beams, all eyes, go towards you. No. Child. I needed witnesses. Yes. To hear my birth cry. As he raises his hands, you hear the entire city scream at once. Like a collective child being born. And Lucien just smiles and takes it in.
Jester starts singing the song that the little girl sang in the circus. the little opera that she sang that caught all of our attention.
You see his left eye twitch. Left hand kind of twitch as well. And he pushes through it and forces the smile. Well, I do believe now it's time to take the city back to where it all began.
Oh, but surely
Where the pattern can reach all the minds.
there'll be time for that later.
Do you still intend to leave the world better than you found it?
Body twitches again. Where's the other Chris? I can't feel it. What have you done? Well then, through dreams it'll be then. Whom do you care about? Whom shall I reach out to in their night slumber? And show them the pattern. And so they come and bring me what I need. Your husband.
What?
Your boy. Maybe they could make the trek up too. And bring me the other crest I need.
No, I don't think they will. They don't steal from nice people.
One by one, they will all begin to see as you have. They will begin their own paths to becoming mine, Onagon.
These threats are empty.
Why don't you ask the charm? The charm is here.
I need everyone to roll initiative. All right. So that finishes. That's your action.
For my bonus action, I'm going to say, I'm going to stay where I am, and I'm gonna say, Molly, I've never forgiven myself for not being there when you died. I wish I could have saved you. I wish I could have done something.
Make a persuasion check.
$24.
24. Damn. This is another legendary action. At this moment, like, clutches the sides of his horns and kind of yanks them for a second. Would you please stop saying that name?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
I think
No.
I've been doing this on my own a little bit too much.
Bonus action, fire again.
Go for it.
Oh no.
That misses. But because it's the Aeorian security cannon, I can use gravity to pull back the bolt and fire it.
As a
fire it
reaction, you
back
can.
again.
Yeah.
Really?
Natural one.
Oh, that's cool though. But yeah. Yeah, gravity is weird here in the astral
I don't know
suit.
how to control it yet.
There's a moment where Lucian's breathing heavy in the air, still hovering, but like you can see there's a bit of a rock, the placement.
No. Oh no.
All right. Now that I flex this a bit, let's borrow the full power of the city around me. And as you catch into the opening of the chamber below, you can see that deep red, luminescent kind of pulsing coming from the center of where the previous Aether Crux once stood. The chamber itself is mostly healed, and you can see all manner of crooked buildings and broken ruin and Gothic cathedrals that are halfway mutated with elements of flesh and teeth and eyes curling up them. You can see some of the towers that were once there, now large, twisted, almost tendrils of flesh, just kind of slightly shifting. Where this is in the center of the room. As you all begin to descend, it breaks open. The second birthing. You see emerge from inside. Lucien. Kind of.
He got in there that fucking fast?
As now what you see, the front half of Lucien. As his lower body begins to twist and morph, connected with the city of Cognosa, a bulbous twisted mass of flesh and stone and building and winged statue and cathedral and eyes and muscle and teeth. Where the eye stalks once stood behind him, instead now are two giant wings of muscle tissue, the eyes not present. You see him now, centered and connected, here at the base of Cognosa. And Lucien looks around. Well, shall we finish this then?
Oh my god.
As you all descend into place, you watch as the ground begins to split open.
Split open.
And there, emerging from within, you see the form of Lucien, protruding forward, eyes wide and glowing, but the torso itself melting into a twisted mass of skin and muscle and vein as it expands into chunks of stone and tower and statue and cathedral-like windows. He is an amassed combination of himself and the city of Cognosa. It widens out as large tusk-like teeth or horns emerge from parts of the body. And where the stalks of the Sonavum once resided, now you see these large, curved, claw-like flesh wings that protrude from the back.
Cool.
Oh, bring it.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Wow.
Look at the shit
I want
coming
to
out
see
of
it
the
like
back!
so much closer up!
Zoom in!
Enhance!
Oh my god!
Enhance! Oh my.
I also need you all to roll initiative.
Oh.
Dude, look
so
at that!
cool.
Who needs legs?
Wait, can we not see his eyes anymore then? Does he not have the eyes? Not
The
that we
eyes are
can
not on
see.
the back. No, you don't see them.
He's rocking some like Illidan realness.
Oh my god, he looks
That
like
is straight up Chris Angel.
a rock star.
Mind freak. The Tomb Takers. All right.
That's
As Lucian's wings pull back, covered in the blood of Veth, who is now currently just kind of floating in the air, writhing in pain, Lucian's voice, without speaking, enters all of your minds and says, "Don't fight the inevitable. Join me just like everyone will. In time." Right. Finishing Essex's turn, it is Lucian's go. Lucien is going to go into his multi-attack of clawed wings. To you, Jester.
mother
No.
bucker.
Yeah, do me. He's got disadvantage.
Too far away, and he's going for the one that seems the most viable. So, first attack. Natural 20.
My 30. Nope.
No, you're too far.
I'm too far.
Second attack is a 32. Third attack,
I don't think he'll need that many. But
17.
doesn't hit.
All right.
Where's Cat?
Fourth attack,
Oh right, I could go out.
that's a
out.
30.
Caduce.
Okay, that yeah.
Caduce. Where are you?
Fifth attack,
I'm behind
Natural
the, I'm
20.
Orange. I'm the orange fire.
and the last attack
Yeah. So 5 hits on you, 2 of which are natural 20s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably dead.
Oh no.
We'll see.
Okay.
It would have to be.
First hit. Hellish Rebuke.
Respect. That is 20 points of slashing damage. Oh, actually, no, sorry. That would be the first crit, which would be...
40.
Well, it's not 40. It would, because it's 8 from that, so it would be 20 minus 8, 12, 24, 32 points of slashing damage on the first hit.
Oh, so I don't get to do Hellish Rebuke because I'm already unconscious.
Sorry. Then we'll say the second hit is not a crit, which takes you to...
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so
I'm dead.
So the
I'm dead.
first 3 hits, Jester is slain. You watch as the wings slash downward and impale Jester. She screams out as it lifts and throws her to the ground with a... The remaining attacks, which wouldn't have gone against you, now go to you. There was a natural 20, which would have hit you, and then the last roll was a natural 19, so you take the last 2 hits on this one.
Yeah.
That would be a 12, 24, 32 points again, 32 points of slashing damage, reduced to half, 16 because you're raging. And then the last one would be, say, 16, reduced to 8 points of slashing damage to you. As the wings just go into this frenzy, impaling Jester and throwing her lifeless body to the ground, the other one just hacking into Yasha, and you just hear this laughter. As the flesh in the ground begins to slowly curl over the body of Jester. Caduceus, you do see her appear on the ground around the corner from you.
And I just scream in my mind at Lucien, "You're killing her, you're killing her, you love her, you're killing her," as a bonus action.
Okay, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
25.
He loses in a legendary action.
Hey.
How many is that for the round? 3?
Yeah. And as he's standing there, looking down at you, and you say this, kind of glancing up at eyes, this big twisted grin, you can see the sides of the mouth are almost extending and cracking the cheeks as the elongated teeth begin to pull through, the more monstrous it becomes as this transmutation into the city. And then one of the hands reaches up and claws across his own face, leaving streaks of blood. All right, that's gonna finish their turn. At the end of that turn, Lucian's gonna use his last 2 legendary actions to do 3 more claw strike attacks against... Now you're on the ground.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a 23 to hit.
To me, yeah, it hits.
Okay. 30 to hit.
Sure.
And 31 to hit.
I don't think you need to roll damage, I'm out. I mean...
All right, well, we'll see.
I'm at 22 hit points.
We'll see. That is gonna be 22 exactly.
So you're out.
It was my turn. Gone.
And so as one claw strikes Caleb on the ground, the blood spats from his mouth as he falls unconscious. The wing pulls up a second time, and 2 of the points just stick right through Caleb's chest and stomach. As they withdraw, the blood dripping from the tips, Caleb is left lifeless and still. 58. How do you want to do this?
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna go. I know you're in there, Molly. We love you so much and we want you back. Lucien doesn't deserve you.
As you send off the blast of Guiding Bolt, it strikes the chest of Lucien. As it begins to burn away from the inside of his body, he begins to scream as the Somnavum flicker and burn and explode around him. His own hand reaches up into the wound, and both sides tear himself into 2 separate pieces. As both sides kind of limply fall back, collapses to the ground, no longer moving.